evening, my friends. It's good to see you guys. Oh man. This one is gonna be a little bit of a doozy, I think. It has just been brought to my attention that there are Bettero letters, new Bettero letters. And we're gonna go over them, I guess. So I'm excited about that. Because the truth is, I just felt like hanging out with you guys tonight. So I figured since Aiden pushed his live stream to tomorrow, I was like, well, what am I gonna do now? All right, well, I'll just go live. Fuck it. So that's what I was gonna do. But there's new Bettero letters. So we're gonna go over those. And Olivia just sent me something that's really interesting too. So yes, this is going to turn out to be a live stream that I did not expect would be as informative as it was, because here I was, and we're most likely still going to do that. Here I was just going to go over the new latest Court TV installment with our friend Vinny Politan. And what's up, Making Law Simple? It's good to see you, buddy. Make sure to subscribe to Making Law Simple. Good channel, great channel. And there's something here that I need to address. It seems as though there's a channel. A channel goes by the name of, one second here, Liz 8888 gifted one membership. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Liz. Okay, serious face again. There's a channel that goes by the name of Defense Diaries podcast. One of the hosts goes by the name of Bob Motta. And it seems as though that people have been chattering on the Twitter, on the X, that old Bob Motta does a better Stiflin, Spanky, #Brennan impression than I do. That's the word. That's the streets. Okay? I'm not saying this. Motta wasn't saying this. The streets were saying it. Okay? This is what was happening. The streets were saying this shit. And when the streets talk, you got to respond. Okay? Turned out Bob Motta decided to throw the gauntlet down and challenge me to a hank-off. Okay? And I love it. I love it. Okay? Bob Motta, can you hear me? Can I speak any closer to the mic? I love it. I want it. Now, in the interest of yes, look at how excited you guys are. Yeah. Now, in the interest of keeping my word of taking a break on having guests on the channel for a while, I have reached out to who I believe would be the perfect channel to host this and be very neutral, by the way. And so I took the liberty to reach out to Auntie Deb. Auntie Deb is down. Now, this is still in its conceptual phases, folks. Okay? That's going to happen. It's just in its conceptual phases. We must wait. We're thinking maybe Thursday, but it's still in its conceptual phases. Okay? But this is going to happen. Bob Mata got in my face on X and said, I challenged the glare to a hank off. And by the way, anytime that you are seen using the words hank off, that motion has to be accompanied with it. You can't properly say hank off without adding that motion. Okay, it's very important to keep that stipulation. Okay. so so there's some good news for you there. We're thinking Thursday, maybe. We haven't confirmed anything yet. But Auntie Deb is down, and I can't think of a better channel to do that. And a big shout out to Auntie Deb, Nurse Kim. They've been really cool with me the last couple days. So but yeah, we're listen. We're going in a direction here, folks. Okay. We're going in a direction. I don't want to really talk too much about it. It's just that is my mic fucked? Hold on a second. My mic seems okay. Let me refresh just to make sure. Okay. All right. Is it any better now? I hope it's still better, or it's better than it was. Still better. Excellent. We're back on track, people. I love it. So listen. I'm not even sure if I should even talk about this, but there's a lot of stuff, a lot of decisions that have been made very in a short period of time. I can assure you that they are coincidental. At least on my end, they are. They're coincidental. My choosing to not have guests for the time being has nothing to do with Bettero's most recent decision about going on channels. And Bettero's decision doesn't have anything to do with LTL, and none of those decisions have anything to do with Mazza taking a step back from YouTube. But these all are things that happen in a very short span of time. So, but I assure you that as far as I know anyway, these things are all coincidental. It's just, the timing makes it seem that way. It makes it seem otherwise. That's all. But yeah, I mean, listen, is there always a little drama? Yeah, there is. But here's the thing. I can assure you that I'm not a part of that drama. I can assure you that that's the case. That me doing this is not anything other than just making it clear that I'm not a part of it. Like, if there are people who feel like they're in competition with me and in competition with each other, and that's easy to kind of get caught up in that. But here's the thing is I'm not a competitive person. I never have been. I never played sports when I was a kid. I was never a competitive guy. I'm the guy when I do watch sports and I'm rooting for a team. When the other team makes a good play, I'm like, oh man, that was a good play. And then everybody just looks at me like, like, whose side are you on, dude? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just not that competitive, like, so it's like the only thing that I could think to do was to just really hyper focus on what makes this channel. And then, and one of the best and most effective ways that I thought to do that was to uh just chill out on having guests, just put more energy into uh what I put into this show for the sake of having a better relationship with you guys. That's literally it. Like there's like people send me messages and they're like, "Oh man, this motherfucker's talking shit about you. This guy hates you, blah 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 blah." And I'm just like, "Okay, A, I don't know why, and B, I don't really care." You know what I mean? Like their problem with me is their problem. It just is. So it's just like, all right, man, like if it's so serious to you that you feel like you've got to like time your streams to go at the same time as, or just like 10 minutes before mine, and you do this to other creators too, and and it's just like if you feel like you got to do all that, then I feel like, what can I do to make you not feel like you got to do all that? Not have guests on my show for a while? All right, cool, man. Whatever, dude. Like I don't want you to feel like you have to like try to chop my fucking legs off for you to succeed, you know? Like that's I don't want you to feel that way. So that's all I have to say about that. Like it's not a malicious thing, and it's not, you know, like and it's not like if I don't get the opportunity to like have like a really cool guest on that I'm not going to take it. I reserve the right to change my motherfucking mind in 30 seconds if I want to, but right now that's just where I'm at. That's just how I feel right now. Like we're heading up to trial. I want everybody to be cool, and I want to stay focused, on what we're looking forward to here, like this is a fight, man. You know what I mean? It's time to like cut your hair short and get in there, you know? Captain Skidmarks, thank you so much. Will, thank you for all you do. I, for one, appreciate you and all of the creators of the Free Care Read while I'm held up in the hospital recovering from diverticulitis on my third day of a liquid diet. Okay, I don't know what that is, but I hope you feel better very soon. And a liquid diet, that's a bummer, man. I'm sorry. So I really hope that you have a hot nurse, my man. At least. Uh what's up, Kelly Reed? Yeah, man. So I just, like right now we're what's up, LV cops? Um right now, like this is like this is the time to put your war paint on. I don't have I don't have the attention span for, you know, silly shit. You know what I mean? Ego shit. I don't have the attention span for that shit right now. I got other things to worry about. Um so yeah, man. I want everybody to do well, you know? Um so like there's something wrong if you feel like you gotta like compete with me, you know? There's something wrong there. I don't want you to fucking feel like that, you know? Um so let's go over the new Bettero letters, because these just dropped. Aiden dropped them on his Twitter. Everybody's asking, where can we see them, Glare? I was like, I didn't even fucking know they happened, and then I saw them on Twitter. But so let's go ahead and take a look at them real quick. What's up, Scott McGinnis? Dear. Now, yeah, and I also, real quick, let me just do this. I'm sorry to tease you guys, but I while we're still fresh on the subject, because I don't want to have to come back to the subject. Um, so my thoughts on the Bettero LTL thing. There is no Bettero LTL thing. I explained this to you guys. Uh, I explained it last time I was live or the time before that. But I was very like, it was very clear that Bettero just made a personal decision, and that has nothing to do with nobody. So like, people need to get off that. It's really silly. It's just really silly to just jump to that. It's like immediately there has to be this, there's got to be somebody to point a finger at, and and blame and cause some sort of rift, even if there isn't one. You got to make one up. It's really weird. So there's nothing like that. It's like this, man. Like, if Bettero did that, this is I want you guys to keep in mind. I'm glad I've got 1.3 thousand people watching right now just on YouTube, not to mention the folks on Twitter X. Thanks for watching, guys. Here's the thing about that is, what kind of a guy would Bettero be if he tweeted that out and it was because of some creator, whether it be LTL or anybody, me, Mike, anybody, right? Well, that would make him a whiny cunt. Does Mark Bettero come off as a whiny cunt to any of you? He certainly does not to me. It was very, very simple to see that he had personal feelings about what he was doing on YouTube and had second thoughts about how he wanted to go about it from now on. That's all. It's like, I don't understand why there has to be this whole production as to what, you know what I mean? Why there has to be a beef. Why it has to turn into a WWE storyline. It's the gayest fucking thing ever, dude. It's like, the dude just had second thoughts about how he wanted to approach making YouTube appearances, dude. That's all. He's a grown man, All right. Anyways, let's hear the letter that the not a whiny cunt wrote. People, like, wake up. Use your observation skills. Okay, that's all I'm asking. Bettero's not a whiny cunt, so there's nothing that would indicate that he would make a post for those reasons. Dear Mr. Cosgrove, I write to follow up on numerous outstanding specific body giglio. I always want to say gigolo when he says that, when he writes that. Giglio and Rule 14 demands dated October 8th and 17th, 2024. These demands relate in relevant part to Catherine Peter, aka Krusty Panties, who on information and belief assisted the Commonwealth's investigations and prosecutions of Aidan Carney and Karen Reed as part of her intertwined relationship with the Commonwealth and several witnesses against them. As detailed in the October 8th, 2024 demand, Ms. Peter, motivated by her obsessive hatred of Mr. Carney, which she exhibits daily on social media, which she does, immersed herself into the Carney and Reed matters with the blessing of the Commonwealth. Although these specific demands were made more than 5 months ago, you have neither disclosed any information or materials in response to them, nor represented to Mr. Carney's defense that no such evidence exists. In the interest of avoiding pointless litigation and an unnecessary waste of court resources, I respectfully request a formal response to this demand within 2 weeks. All right, so let's put the pause button on that one real quick. So if you remember, this is a follow-up of the first Bettero letter. The first Bettero letter was saying, we have this proof. We have proof that Krusty Panties fake victim, Ken Mello, Brian Tully colluded, conspired to get Aiden Carney locked up for 60 days. This absolutely happened. They have proof of it. And so Bettero is saying, yo, listen, what you need to do, you need to dismiss this case and you need to recuse, Michael Morrissey needs to recuse himself from prosecuting this case because this is dirty. Or Ken Mello at least needs to do so. I wasn't sure if he said Michael Morrissey, but he said Ken Mello. Ken Mello absolutely has to. And he plans on calling Ken Mello to the stand. This is going to go to trial if the prosecution continues with this. And the prosecution, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, is going to end up really, really embarrassed. And the reason why they're going to end up really, really embarrassed is because corruption is going to be exposed. But furthermore, they're going to be that much more embarrassed because it's going to be Turtle Boy that exposes the corruption. That's going to really, really chap their ass. It would just make sense if they just dropped the charges right now and quietly backed away from Aiden Carney. Because at this point, all eyes are on him. And all eyes that are paying attention to Karen Reed, many of them are going to start paying attention to Turtle Boy's case. And when that happens, it is inevitable. Now, here's the thing. Realistically speaking, a good chunk of those people are just going to not like Turtle Boy. They're not going to pay attention to the details. They're not going to go over the charging documents that I went over in those 5 live streams when he first got charged. They're not going to do that. They're going to see him, and then some people are going to love him, and then some people are going to hate him. It is just the natural order of things when it comes to Aiden Carney, a.k.a. Turtle Boy. That's just how it is. But okay. But what's going to end up happening here is the very person that they were trying to, this is the beauty of it, because I'm a big fan of irony. What's going to come to light here is everything that Turtle Boy was trying to expose in the first place and would not be able to do so had he not been wrongfully prosecuted. Think about that. He wouldn't have this proof. Had he never been charged, he would never have proof. There would never been there would never have been a scenario where fake victim, Krusty Panties, Tully, and Mello would have colluded to have his bail revoked. And now he has the proof of it. Now he can prove it. And he's going to do it in his own trial if this goes forward, if they just don't dismiss it. Bettero's going to do it. Bradel's going to do it. Like, think about that. Just think about that. Like, I don't understand why that doesn't scare the shit out of Ken Mello and Robert Cosgrove. Like, there's no way that Cosgrove is going to look good after this. There's no way. Cosgrove, I think it was Michael from Justice Serve TV that said that he should be on vacation. Like, he should be fishing. Like, he should be living his fucking best life right now. What is he doing? You know, the fuck is Cosgrove doing right now? It's insane. So effective March 1st, 2025, an amendment to Rule 14 of the Massachusetts Rules of Criminal Procedure expanded the Commonwealth's duty to investigate whether there is any discoverable evidence within the possession, custody, and control of the prosecution team, and to then promptly disclose it. Under the new rule, the prosecution team expressly includes all persons under the prosecuting office's direction and control. You are now required to inform every member of the prosecution team whom you have reason to believe may be in possession of items or information subject to discovery about the obligations of this rule, and then inquire of each as to the existence of any such items or information. Rule 14. Prior to March 1st, 2025, you were obligated at a minimum to question Kenneth Mello, Massachusetts State Police members John Fanning and Brian Tully, and Ms. Peter, as part of your obligation to learn about the existence of any discoverable evidence. I mean, dude.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Thank you so much, Chrissy Mel 51. Excellent t-shirt. Well, yes. I love my beasties. Always will. Thank you. So this is interesting because Fanning is brought up here because that's all a coincidence, right? Fanning's name comes up when it comes to colluding to get Turtle Boy locked up. Fanning's name comes up when there's questions of jury tampering. Fanning's name is right out front when it comes to the investigation into the death of Sandra Birchmore. Interesting. Amor of Alessi, please receive this small donation given to the start of fun to get Cosgrove a fast forward button. Awesome. Thank you so much. Rule 14 now requires you to inquire of each member of the Reed prosecution team for the existence of discoverable information and materials given both cases are under the direction and control of the Norfolk County District Attorney. B, the subject of matter of Mr. Carney's case overlaps with Miss Reed's case. C, both cases involve the same MSP investigators, i.e. Fanning and Tully. D, the Reed prosecution team's close relationship with numerous witnesses who will testify against Mr. Carney. And E, the Reed prosecution team's clear interest in and recent intervention into Mr. Carney's cases. Consequently, any discoverable information and material in the Commonwealth's possession, custody, and control, whether the Carney or Reed prosecution team related to Ms. Peters' involvement with the Commonwealth and or witnesses who will testify against Mr. Carney, must be collected and promptly disclosed to his defense. See Rule 14, blah, blah, blah. Prosecutor's obligation to collect and disclose discoverable information includes all items and information in possession, custody, or control of the prosecuting office. This, of course, includes prompt disclosure of any evidence that the Reed prosecution team has in their possession, custody, or control, which adversely impacts the credibility of any witness against Mr. Carney, otherwise favors him, or casts doubt on the case against him. Let's check out this footnote here. The Reed prosecution team has sought information from you about Mr. Carney to use as consciousness of guilt evidence against Ms. Reed. They have included Mr. Carney on their witness list against Ms. Reed, despite seeking judicial approval to access Mr. Carney's cellular phones under Rule 17. Lead prosecutor Hank Brennan, nevertheless, has expressed his belief that he has an absolute right to access evidence against Mr. Carney without judicial intervention. Mr. Brennan and you have implied that counsel for Ms. Reed and Mr. Carney assisted in, or at least condoned, a conspiracy between Ms. Reed and Mr. Carney to intimidate witnesses scheduled to testify against them. Although a grand jury refused to indict Ms. Reed and Mr. Carney for allegedly conspiring to commit witness intimidation, you noted in a March 20th, 2025 filing that the Commonwealth's investigation remains open. In response to Ms. Reed's request that I join her defense team, Mr. Brennan recklessly and inaccurately suggested, without stating his purported source of information, to the court that I shared protected material to mutually benefit Ms. Reed and Mr. Carney. He absolutely did that, but without an objection, of course, to Mr. Bettero joining Karen Reed's defense team. Mr. Brennan, of course, Mr. Brennan has absolutely no objection, Your Honor. Ms. Reed has every right to a fair trial, and she has the right to choose any defense attorney that she wishes, because that is her constitutional right. But, Your Honor, I would caution the court that Mr. Bettero is a attorney for Mr. Carney, and the truth is he scares the shit out of me, Your Honor, and I'm afraid that I see him in my sleep. I close my eyes and I think about him cross-examining one of my witnesses, and my balls just crawled right up into my gut, Your Honor. So I do not object to Mr. Bettero joining the team, but I would just like it on the record that Mr. Bettero scares the living fucking shit out of me. Thank you, Your Honor. Is that it for the letter? No, can't be. Hold on. Okay, yeah, there's only 3 there. And then part 2 here. Your disclosure obligation to Mr. Carney remains irrespective of your view or that of the real prosecution team of the evidence's reliability, credibility, or admissibility, and without regard to whether the information has been documented in any manner. In other words, where the subject matter is discoverable, you must promptly disclose any information derived from conversations or interviews between or among Ms. Peter, the relevant witnesses against Mr. Carney, and any members of the Carney and Reed prosecution teams, even if it was not memorialized in any way. So this is fun, people. You know what's going on here, right? So reading between the lines, in summary, what we're looking at, Jeannie Lynn, thank you so much for your Spanky impressions. Thank you. Appreciate it. What we're looking at here, folks, is Bettero saying, okay, so if you think it's cool to go through Mr. Carney's phones and you think you're entitled to communications between Mr. Carney and anyone else, well, then don't you think that Mr. Carney is entitled to communications between you, between Mr. Mello, between Mr. Tully, between Kate Peter, fake victim? I mean, that's basically what he's saying here. And I completely agree. Like, okay, so wait a second. The guy who's awarded rights by the Constitution, okay, he doesn't get them, but the government does? How's that? Because the last I checked, this was America, and that shit doesn't happen here. But it's happening. Gray Space, thank you so much. Can someone please teach Hank what inevitability means? Yes. Dude, this is beautiful. Bettero is amazing. As evidenced by the October 8th and 17th, 2024 demands, there could be no doubt that the Commonwealth has in its possession, custody, and control discoverable material related to Ms. Peters' involvement in the cases against Mr. Carney. MSP Lieutenant Fanning has sworn that an unnamed civilian, Ms. Peter, provided the MSP blankety 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 blank, and that the MSP blankety blankety blank, Ms. Peter has admitted under oath that she has been cooperating with the prosecution and giving them information on Mr. Carney. She has boasted under oath that Mr. Carney should blame her for his legal issues because I am furnishing information against him. See audio recording of Mr. Carney versus Peter, March 11th, 2024. She has described herself as a potential witness against Mr. Carney and acknowledged meeting with Mr. Mello on the same day Mr. Carney was arraigned for allegedly intimidating several witnesses against Ms. Reed. The Norfolk DA's office has recused itself from prosecuting at least two witness intimidation cases against Miss Peter, in which she is the defendant. Miss Peter and blankety blank, that Mr. Carney apparently failed to recognize, and I think they're naming fake victim here, because they're supposed to leave her name out or whatever in court documents, I think, or something like that. I think there's a gag order on her name or something like that. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Carney apparently failed to recognize the Norfolk DA's office recused itself from prosecuting Ms. Peter because she was blankety blankety blank within 1 hour of Mr. Carney's October 11, 2023 arrest and seizure of his phones by MSP Detective Lieutenant Tully. Ms. Peter announced on X that we knew about the alleged witness intimidation of Reed witnesses by one of her attorneys. She strongly implied that she had seen text messages to support this absurd claim. Oh my God.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
On top, XX. Just wanted to give respect to my brother in blue kindergarten cop and my spirit animal, Scott M. Just wanted to hear the super chat song too. Okay, right on top. I'm glad. I love to give shout outs to those very same people myself, so I get it. Appreciate you, man. And what's up? Oh shit, Mizzy's in the house. What's up, Mizzy? Carney apparently failed to recognize that the Norfolk DA's office recused itself from prosecuting Ms. Peter because she was within an hour of Mr. Carney's October 11, 2023 arrest and seizure of his phone. Blah, blah, I already read that. She strongly implied that she had seen text messages to support this absurd claim. Ms. Peter's own text messages confirmed that she leveraged her direct access to Mr. Mello and the MSP to help the Commonwealth's prosecution of Mr. Carney. She told blankety blank that she would blankety 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 blank Mr. Carney's alleged crimes, has bragged about her close relationship with and access to blankety 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 blank. In these circumstances, it is hard to fathom how the Commonwealth could not be in possession, custody, or control of discoverable information and materials referenced in the October 8th and 2024 demands. To be clear, we demand any and all information and material subject to the disclosure under Brady, Giglio, or Rule 14, including but not limited to evidence of Ms. Peters' involvement in the Carney and Reed cases and evidence of interactions and communications, including their substance between and among Ms. Peter, the Carney prosecution team, the Reed prosecution team, and Reed cases witnesses who also are expected to testify against Mr. Carney, including but not limited to Jennifer McCabe, boo, Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, former MSP Michael Proctor, Trooper Michael Proctor. I love it. Former MSP Trooper Michael Proctor and Julie Nagel. Respectfully, Mark Bettero. I love it, folks. The mighty Mark Bettero, people. I love it. Yeah, and it's really funny to watch her have a fucking meltdown on X. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, it's really funny watching her have a fucking straight up meltdown. She's scared out of her mind. The walls are closing in. Let's talk about Ken Mello here for a second. Ken Mello posted some shit here in some Fall River site. And Aiden posted it. What's up, Nan? I've opposed the train service and everything MTA since I heard the proposal of which I held public office and look blah 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 blah. I don't give a fuck about any of this. This is really boring. But I think the whole point here is Aiden's response to it, where he says, your complaint about dysfunctional overpaid bureaucracy is too ironic. Didn't you suck $80,000 off the taxpayers when you agreed to prosecute me and declare war on the First Amendment? Aren't you pretending to be dying because you're just too lazy to finish the job and got humiliated over and over again? Didn't you conspire with fake victim to set me up and send me to jail? How about you return all that money you stole from the taxpayers? I thought you were too sick to testify about your involvement in setting me up. Because apparently Ken Mello's not too sick to fight bureaucracy in Fall River. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I can't wait to find out what happens with because I mean, here we are. We're all stoked about how it's going to go down, like the Karen Reed 2.0 thing, which is a big deal. Like I'm wound up tight. I'm all about it. I'm seriously, like it's crazy. I'm really, really like stressed out, and then on top of it, you have Turtle Boy's trial that's going to be coming up, and like if you think that Turtle Boy's, or if you think that Karen Reed's chances aren't perfect, because they're not, considering that she's clearly being railroaded. Now, do I believe with all my heart that she's going to walk away a free woman? I absolutely do. With all of my heart, I absolutely believe that. But there is always a possibility because there's shitty fucking people out there. Do you think that Turtle Boy has any better of a chance than Karen Reed does? Like, the thing about Turtle Boy, like Karen Reed is just a fucking thorn in the Commonwealth side because she has this amazing defense team and they're not wearing her down. And the harder they fight her, the more they show the world that they're just railroading her and wasting taxpayer dollars to do it. And they're not wearing her down. So to them, she's more of just a big fucking pain in the ass. But Turtle Boy, they fucking hate Turtle Boy. Like, they hate him. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if there's a judge that thinks that he's right, that judge might hate Turtle Boy. You know what I'm saying? Frothing hatred. 100%. Frothing hatred. It's so crazy. I've never seen any shit like this in my life, dude. Like, I've never seen any shit like this in my life. Like, the only reason that Turtle Boy is even being prosecuted is because he spoke up relentlessly about the Karen Reed case. Like, he just would not let up. Because it was so important that the people of Massachusetts know what's going on with the Massachusetts State Police and the Norfolk County DA's office. It's that simple. Like, he just wanted to inform everyone. Like, dude, this is fucked up and y'all need to know about it. That's all he did. And they locked him up. They charged him, and then they conspired to have his bail revoked, and they locked him up for 2 goddamn months. Like, this is something that in the entire mess of what Karen Reed is going through, this is still going on. This is still fucking going on. Now, speaking of Karen Reed, let me show you guys what Olivia sent me here. This definitely caught my attention when I opened it up while I was getting ready to hang out with you guys. It's just been revealed. This is a post just posted by Olivia, who's in the chat right now. What's up, Olivia? Thank you for this. It's just been revealed that Officer John O'Keefe's cell phone's last activity was user manipulation to lock the phone at 12:32 and 9 seconds a.m. by the user pressing the side lock button briefly. Okay, before I continue this, think about that for a second, because Olivia here, I haven't read this yet, but Olivia here goes on a rant that is probably going to make all of you guys kind of go on a rant in your minds here, because I'm probably going to go on a rant over this. But I have a feeling that Olivia is going to say what I'm going to have to say about it, except better. That shit is crazy. She goes on to say, to believe that John was hit by Karen Reed's car and killed, you'd have to believe that in his final moments, and despite having just sustained an incapacitating head injury, he had the clarity of mind to take his phone out of his pocket and lock it. Of course, though, this would require you to ignore all of the other Apple Health movement data, like the flights of stairs climbed, thereby putting John and his phone inside the house. However, the phone being manually manipulated locked by pressing the side button as its last user activity does seem to line up with the notion that John's phone was potentially run out from the front door of the house to the location where his body would later be placed atop of it. It seems like an awful coincidence that from 12:31:56 a.m. to 12:32:16 a.m., his phone traveled the exact same distance from the front door to where his body would be found on top of the phone at 6:04 a.m. if he never went inside the house. The phone being manually locked during this same time period when these steps are being taken also suggests that someone was deliberately moving with and manipulating the phone to run it out just moments after Karen Reed left to go home, which would have had to have been by 12:30 a.m. at the latest to put her home and connected to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows Avenue at 12:36, per Nicholas Guarino's testimony. If you're wondering why the McAlberts and partygoers inside the house, like Jen and Matt McCabe, were so feverishly watching Karen Reed's vehicle as it sat outside 34 Fairview, perhaps this might also explain why. And here she has the, I'll just read the highlighted part. Per report from, per report from Ian Whiffen, O'Keefe's cell phone data showed most notably all device lock events, including the final lock event at 32 minutes and 9 seconds. So 12:32 and 9 seconds were user initiated by the user pressing the side button briefly, which I do too, because I don't want to butt dial anyone. I do that every time I put it in my pocket. Yeah, where is this from? What report is this from, Olivia? And here's all of John O'Keefe's cell phone data that she posted here too. Here's all the Apple Health distance right here. The floors climbed 3 floors between 12:22, 12:24 a.m. I mean, yeah, there it is right there. Yeah, that shit doesn't add up. Because it's from Robert Alessi's opposition to Judd Welcher's sideshow. It's from Ian Whiffin's new analysis of John's phone data. Like, isn't that ironic too, that it's from the Commonwealth's own witness, the Commonwealth's own expert? Danny Thomas, thank you so much. Always a great show. Big shout out to the chat rats. Now, here's the thing though. I wonder though, can the defense use this? Would the defense use this is the question. Not can the defense use it. The defense absolutely can use it, but would they use it is the question. Because if they use that, wouldn't that somehow be them in a way signing off on Ian Whiffin's credibility as an expert? That's my question. I'm just exploring this. Listen, Olivia, you just threw this in my lap. I'm just exploring it. That's all I'm doing. So I'm wondering, since it's Ian Whiffin's analysis, and the defense is trying to discredit Ian Whiffin's analysis. I mean, it was Green who just wrote this whole fucking thing talking about how Ian Whiffin's analysis was bullshit. He wrote this whole affidavit about it. So will they? Okay, so that's what I wanted to know. Thank you. So they can pick and choose. So it doesn't automatically. So if they choose to use that, it doesn't automatically make them make it seem like they're signing off on Ian Whiffin's credibility as an expert. And it's presumably data from Celebrite, but this time Ian Whiffin presumably isn't contesting the reliability of Celebrite data. Okay. What? So how's the jury not going to think that Jennifer McCabe made that 2:27 a.m. search? Like, are they basically conceding that it happened? I mean, isn't that the entire purpose in the world of Karen Reed? Isn't that the entire purpose of Ian Whiffin's existence, is to disprove the 2:27 a.m. search? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, are they trying to just like let the jury like think that Jen McCabe totally fucking made that 2:27 a.m. search? Ian Whiffin's own report disproves his suggestion at trial that she didn't Google at 2:27 a.m. Too hard for me to explain in chat, though. Okay. Own report disproves. Where's that report? Oh, man. Are we going to go down a rabbit hole now? I don't want to do that right now. I don't feel like doing that right now. But, I mean, let's face it, folks. Sticking to the matter at hand, let's talk about John O'Keefe clicking this side button right here. Like, that's it. Like, you turn it off, you know, so that you don't butt dial anybody. That's kind of the whole point. So what was (12:32 a.m.) He hits the lock button. And in that time, right when he hits that lock button is when he's going up and down those stairs. Like right in that same minute. So what's he doing? What's he doing? Like, is he like checking the time or checking the text messages from Jen McCabe? And then he shuts off his phone, goes down the stairs, because he's going up and down the stairs between 12:32 and 12:34, isn't he? It says 12:34 though. Look, hold on. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Let's double check. All right. I got some asshole trying to call like my burner number. Let's see what they want. Hello? Like, can you at least breathe heavy? Can you at least like try to give me a boner if you're gonna call and interrupt my show? Like, turn down your device in the background, like at least the minimum of courtesy when you make a crank call. Wow. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I was really hoping that would be a good crank call, but I gave him the opportunity. I gave them the opportunity. So hold on, let's explore this. So when did he go up the stairs? Apple Health data, steps taken, floors right here. So floors, 3 flights of stairs, 12:22, 12:24. That's where they end, 12:24, 37 a.m. See what I mean? Yeah, hold on here. Because now I'm just like, hold on. There we go.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
On top, thank you so much. This is the voter button. Just always found the word boner to be fucking quite humorous. It's just one of those words that always made me laugh. Like fart. It's just something about farts that are always funny. I don't know why. I don't make up the rules, bro. I'm just waiting on Olivia to jump on, even though I said no guests. But Olivia's different. This isn't booking a guest. This is her having to explain something that I'm too stupid to understand. This is very different than having a guest on. I did send you a link, yes. Oh, wait, did it not? Hold on. It failed to send. Let me try it again. There you go. It failed the first time. My bad. Well, it's not my bad, but she's a pro se chat expert. Absolutely. All right. I am too sober for this. It's not really a guest. it's a fellow correspondent sharing insight who happens to be welcome here. What's up, baby boy? Good boy. Not really, though, man. You got to knock that running away shit off, man. It's really annoying. Chasing after you and stuff. Like, that's the whole reason I got you fixed, bro. There we go. You're muted. There we go. What's up,
Hello.
Olivia?
How's it going?
Going great. How are you?
Good.
All right. So explain this shit because I'm lost.
So basically, as you were just going over the phone data that shows that he went inside a house because obviously there's no staircases on Fairview Road or in Karen Reed's vehicle.
Right.
That happens at, what is it, 12:21 to like 12:24 a.m. And then, of course, he gets a phone call at 12:29 a.m. from Jen McCabe that shows it being answered, I think, for like 8 seconds. And then, but the highlight of my post is the final
Wait a
steps that are
second.
taken. The calls are at the bottom.
Why did I miss that? Why did I miss that? That it was answered 12:29?
Mm-hmm.
Does it say? Yeah, it does say answered. Hold on. 12:29 a.m. Yeah, answered.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, John O'Keefe was totally murdered inside that house. 100%. Like that.
Yeah, that's
That if Karen Reed went back to 34 Fairview, and connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at 12:36,
Right. She had to have at least left by 12:30 to get back to One Meadows. And I'm just using Google Maps, so it says 6 minutes drive, because guess what? That's what the Commonwealth used at trial 1 to lay out like the different travel routes and how many miles it was from Dighton to Canton and all of that. So I'm just following what they're using.
Well, right. So
So yeah, she would have had to have left 34 Fairview by 12:30 at the latest to have been back home at One Meadows to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m., which also, I mean, that alone just proves that Jen McCabe's story about Karen Reed's vehicle still being out front while she was texting her, or
that's a
sorry,
good
texting
theory
John,
that
is
they
also
called it to look for his
BS.
phone. They called it to look for his phone is what theory that this person's saying.
Right. That's what I mean, that's what I've kind of thought since the beginning that the 1229 call was for.
Right.
Or alternatively, it's
Okay,
to,
so let's break down a timeline here. Let's break down a timeline. So 1221
okay.
to 1224, he's climbing stairs, right?
Right. So the 3 flights of stairs that it shows being
He's
climbed.
either ascending or descending. Green doesn't know. He says he can't determine that, but he's either ascending or descending 3 flights of stairs between those periods of time, between 1221 1224. 3 minutes. And
Right.
then
Yeah,
what?
I can. Yeah. And then I believe there's other, let's see, the steps data. Sorry, I'm just pulling up my thing. So the steps data, yeah, there are steps taken also at that same corresponding time when stairs are being climbed from 12:21:10 and 12 to 12:24:22. And then the next time entry after those steps and the 3 flights of stairs being climbed is at 12:29 when that incoming phone call from Jem McCabe, 12:29:44, when that's answered, 8 seconds duration. And then Karen Reed would have presumably pulled away around that same time, right? Because that's right 16 seconds before 12:30 a.m. So, and then John O'Keefe's cell phone shows 36 steps being taken, which if you look at the distance section right below the step section, that distance that is covered from 12:31:56 a.m. to 12:32:16 a.m., 25.46 meters, it measures out exactly to the distance from the front door of 34 Fairview to the area where John O'Keefe's body would be found on top of, allegedly on top of his cell phone later.
So you're saying that the phone was put out there at 1232.
Correct. I mean, I mean, I just think, first of all, it's powerful evidence that anywhere in this data you have in these data you have a distance being like traversed that is the exact distance approximately from the road to the front door of the house if John O'Keefe never went in the house. That is a incredible coincidence if he didn't go inside the house. But my point is that the fact that we see that distance
Yeah,
being covered,
that being the exact distance between
right?
the front door and but
But the
see,
point is he, the distance that's being covered when he gets out of that car upon arriving there, and then he's also moving around in the house, right? Because then we also see the flights of stairs being climbed, ascended or descended, and so you're not going to see that exact same distance, I guess, when he's arriving because he continues to walk inside the house. The point is, let's say if somebody's calling for his phone, looking for his phone at 12:29 a.m., they get his phone and then they're watching out the front windows of the house or the front doors of the house, and is it a coincidence that moments after Karen Reed would have had to have pulled away, it appeared, because if you look at the speed with which those steps were taken when that phone covers that exact distance from the front door to where John O'Keefe's body is found, whoever is carrying the phone at that time is moving pretty quickly. So let's say Karen pulls away and then the phone is run out and it deposited on that part of the lawn.
So
Because
you're
it
saying
doesn't-
that somebody put the phone out there while Karen Reed was still sitting in the front of the house?
I'm just saying that that's what these data point to. Well, not while
'cause
she's still sitting outside the house. No, right after she leaves. That would explain my point in this post is that would explain why all these people are inexplicably watching her sit out there this whole time.
Okay. But that still doesn't explain what the significance of him locking his phone at 12:24
So
is.
This
Or
well, it's at
12:32 is.
12:52. The
32.
significance of that, first of all, is the state is alleging that John O'Keefe was struck and killed enough to be thrown pirouetted 30 feet in the air. And so then why would his phone show him locking it when
Yeah,
he was just incapacitated?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Because that happens.
Yeah,
That's the last that
'cause I'm
happens. There's no
thinking-
movement after that.
Yeah, I'm thinking he locked his phone. Well, who else would have a reason to do that? So he locked his phone because I'm thinking while he was inside the house, he's going up and down stairs at that.
No.
That's right in the middle of that time. So he's going up and down stairs and he's looking at his
The
phone and
locking
then he
the
locks his
phone.
phone.
No, that's the locking of the phone occurs 8 minutes after the last flight of stairs is climbed.
Am I okay? Wait a second.
The last flight of stairs would be climbed at 12:24 a.m. The phone is locked at 12:32 a.m.
Okay, I misinterpreted the time in the okay. Gotcha.
I think the interpretation is
But the interpretation, hold on. So you're saying that the last flight of stairs was at 12:23 or 12:24?
Let's see. So
right.
it says 12:24,
12:24.
37 a.m.
Yeah, I just got confused on the time. Okay.
Mhm.
So 12:32, his phone gets locked. So he's already supposed to be incapacitated at 12:32, according to the Commonwealth, is what you're saying.
Right. I mean, but also just the very notion that what I'm trying to say is these data don't point toward John being the one manipulating the phone at 12:32 a.m.
He
because
couldn't.
how could
He's
he
got a head
be
injury.
locking right? How can he be locking the phone after just sustaining an incapacitating head injury?
Right.
It makes no sense.
Why would he go to push the side button of his phone unless, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here, unless he's incapacitated, he pushes the side button, and when you hold down the side button, it activates SIRI. Okay. Maybe he didn't have enough strength to hold it down. And maybe he was going to try to say,
Wait, what?
SIRI, call 911. You know, I don't want to say it because it'll activate it on my fucking laptop, dude.
Oh.
So that I know that on my phone, if I push and hold that same button, it will activate SIRI.
He was based on the testimony from Dr. Stonebridge, the head injury that John O'Keefe sustained, he would not have been able to even process doing any such thing. He was incapacitated, so he wouldn't have been able to have done anything, let alone think about it. But I like
Blue,
no, I like
I'm
I like
not-
your I
I'm
like
not,
your
I'm
thought
not
process.
I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just trying to prepare myself for some bullshit that the Commonwealth would come up with.
No,
You know what
it's
I'm
actually
saying?
good because when you said that, I was like, that's literally something that they would try and propose.
Right. I mean, you know, so like, I mean, because that's the thing. But what that does is that, I mean, they would still have to prove that, you know?
Nan's
I mean,
chat. the The neurosurgeon is going to testify that John O'Keefe manipulated his phone while lying incapacitated. Exactly.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is like, I'm trying to when this is called objective thinking, people. Okay. I'm trying to think of anything. This is what law enforcement should have done, eliminated possibilities. When I'm thinking of why someone at 12:29 would lock that phone on hit that button, what is the purpose besides hitting that button besides locking the phone? Well, activating SIRI, because he can't open the phone, he can't hold it up and dial it. He's counting on being able to say, hey, SIRI, call 911, and then talk to 911. But
Yeah, or you're somebody, I mean, here's the thing that is important to remember. We have no proof of who was in possession of John O'Keefe's phone after him arriving at 34 Fairview. So at 12:29 a.m. when that phone call comes in, we don't know who's answering that phone call. And when those steps are being taken at 12:31:56 to 12:32:16, we don't know who's holding the phone while
yeah,
those steps are being taken. We just know that steps are being, whoever's holding the phone is taking steps.
yeah. So why was the phone answered at 12:29 is one really big question. And then why was the phone locked on the push button at 12:32? Because John wouldn't have been able to answer his phone if he was incapacitated.
Well, if you
When
look at, sorry,
No, you're right.
go
Please
ahead.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you look at Jen McCabe's text message timeline and the timeline she laid out to investigators in all of her contemporaneous interviews. So I find that to be the most reliable information because her story is changed in testimony numerous times. So if
So
you look at the contemporaneous,
who called his phone at 12:29?
I don't know, but if you are looking at, my point is with the Jem McCabe text messages and that timeline, we already know it's BS because Karen Reed's phone connected back to One Meadows Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. Jen McCabe's still sending text messages up until 12:45 a.m. and told investigators that John O'Keefe was out, or sorry, that Karen Reed's vehicle was out front of that house until 12:45 a.m. And she used her text messages at the time to inform that timeline
What's
of
the
when she said
second?
Karen was still there.
What's the seconds on that? 12:29 or on the call?
8 seconds
12:29.
duration.
No. Like 12:29 and 44
Oh,
seconds. Okay, so I am looking at Jennifer
right.
McCabe's call log right now. It was Jen McCabe who called him at 12:29, and it was answered.
Right.
It's the exact same time, 12:29 and 44 seconds. Outgoing John O'Keefe call answered yes, 8 seconds duration.
Right. And
Looking
then
right
Jen
at it.
McCabe conveniently denied that call, and that's where the butt dials came into play. Blamed it on a butt dial. But my point is if Jen McCabe, we have objective proof that she was fabricating a timeline, that because of the text messages she's sending while claiming to investigators that Karen Reed's vehicle is still out front of 34 Fairview until 12:45 a.m., which is just factually inaccurate because
It's
Karen
it,
Reed would have
it's
had to have left by 12:30.
right. 12:30. That means that she would have had to have uh she would have had to have hit John within that 12:29 minute, right?
Yeah, which doesn't line up because then why is his phone showing movement after that time?
Right. That's a great question. That's a great
And
point.
also why is his phone showing stairs being climbed if he didn't go inside the house?
That's it. That's it.
So
That's
my
it.
point is with the phone call at 12:29 a.m., if Jen McCabe is fabricating a timeline via text message communications about to place Karen Reed somewhere at a certain time when she's not there, then it would stand to reason that she potentially is doing the same with a phone call at 12:29 a.m.
Yeah.
Or and you know, I mean, that phone call could have been to locate the phone, who knows? But the point is that those things, as a measure of Karen's whereabouts, are unreliable and suggest that she was full of full of crap because
Yeah, there's
the digital
there's
data refute it.
right. According to Jen McCabe's timeline, then yes, John could have locked that phone. But Jen McCabe's timeline doesn't add up because of Karen Reed logging into John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at 12:36.
John O'Keefe couldn't have locked that phone, period, because the state is claiming that when he was struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, he was incapacitated by the head injury sustained as a result of that vehicle strike. And so there would be, the point is that if the phone is being locked and there's no movement after that time point, then that does not work with the state's theory, because he wouldn't have been able to have locked the phone after sustaining a head
Well,
injury.
right. That's just one point. That's
Mhm.
just one point. I'm still focused, and I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that
Yeah.
be, besides that, besides that very absolutely factual point, is that there's this phone call that takes place at
Mhm.
12:29 that was answered, that she denies placing, that's on her call log and on his, and it's answered. So 12:29 is, if it's answered within that minute, right? The state would have you believe that within the minute, if she logs into John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at 12:36, that means that she had to have left at 12:30 at the latest. So what happened? She called Jen McCabe called John O'Keefe. He answered the phone, and in that minute, while he's on the phone, she hits she backs into John O'Keefe, right? Because this would be the most plausible theory for the Commonwealth if they want to line up these phone calls and these phone records and make them make sense, right? So if that's the case, then why is there movement inside the house before that even takes place? First of all, that doesn't add up, like you pointed out. So, second of all, if that would have happened, the only thing that makes sense is that Jen McCabe called John O'Keefe. He's on the phone. She backs into him. Karen backs into him. And Jen McCabe is like, hello, hello. So if this happened while she was on the phone, why didn't she hear it? And why is she lying about not getting the phone call or not making the phone call? Why is she lying about it? You see what I'm saying? She could easily plausibly say, "Oh, I called him and I heard a ruckus and I didn't think much of it, and then I hung up. I sat there for 8 seconds and said hello, hello, hello. He didn't answer. He didn't make and then the Commonwealth could be like, she backed into him, she rushed home, logged onto the Wi-Fi. So she could absolutely have done that. Why did she lie about making the phone call?
Well, I
See what I'm
mean,
saying?
it's a great question. Like, I mean, the phone call and the last movement, because you with this case, the timeline is so granular. Like, you have to, I mean, it really goes down to the minutes and seconds. Every minute and second is important. And um so I don't know, because the phone call occurs like 2 minutes or a minute and a half before the final steps are being taken, and then the locking of the phone occurs. So, but I mean, the other problem is, I mean, let's see what the timeline of Jen's communications with John are. So
Where are you
at
getting that, Dorothy D? It connects to Karen's Bluetooth before Karen drove off. 12:29:44. 12:29:44 is when the phone call took place. And it was
Um,
answered.
it connects. No, Hank Brennan said in court that John O'Keefe's phone allegedly disconnects from Karen's Bluetooth at 12:30 a.m. I mean, but Hank also says a lot of things in court that, you know, uh, like I'll believe, like, show me the receipts, Hank. First of all, I'd like to see the receipts. But also, I mean, that doesn't really mean anything because the the Bluetooth in vehicles has especially in that vehicle, the model and make of Alex 570 she had, I forget what the Bluetooth is. It's like called 5 something. I don't know if it's 5G or there's some name for it, but it's got really, really long range. So if John's phone was even connected on Bluetooth, I mean, that doesn't really mean much because his phone could have been connected still to her vehicle while he's inside the house, and then it disconnects when Karen drives off. I mean, my phone all the time, I'll be like
Yeah, it just
inside my
depends.
house.
It depends on the range of the Bluetooth.
Right.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, Hank says a lot of things in court.
Right. I want to
Show me
see
the
the data
proof.
that says that. Like, where
Right.
is that? Where is that on this whole fucking thing? You know what I mean?
Right.
This
Right.
is everything. What are you talking about? You know, like, where is that shit? Because
Exactly. And it's like,
that would show on his. Like, I realize that one might argue, well, it would show up in Karen's infotainment system or whatever, right? Okay, fine, but it would also show up on John O'Keefe's phone if he connected to it. It's his device.
right.
Or
Yeah.
whatever.
Well, that's the other thing too, is Hank said that. And I think a lot of people were potentially left with the impression that he was referring to that being data that came from the vehicle, but he didn't specify. So, like, who knows? Did that come from the vehicle or did that come from the phone data? We don't know.
Right.
And
Yeah,
again, who
and
knows if it's
he
even
just says
reliable?
shit. Right. Hank's whole fucking his whole approach to this has been, I'm gonna just say things that aren't true and act like
We
they
haven't
are.
seen it in an affidavit. A fun fact, we
It's
haven't
crazy.
seen exactly. And like, I was looking at something um because
Like,
he
what he's printing money is what he's doing. Like, he's printing money. That's what he's doing. He
yeah.
has no gold in the bank to back it up. He's just writing fucking checks. You
Oh yeah,
know?
writing checks that he can't cash.
Right. It's crazy. And like, and Bev's
But I mean,
cash.
who knows? I mean, maybe there is something to it, but that doesn't really prove anything either way for me. Like that, I don't know what that even is supposed to establish. Like it doesn't prove anything positively or dispositively. So
Right.
it's like a like, here's the thing. Don't you find it pretty interesting that the Commonwealth got this vehicle data back months ago and we haven't heard a peep about it? I mean, Hank Brennan has been so desperate to like smear the defense, smear the defendant, claim that they're conspiring with a journalist and all this nonsense for the past 2 months. And I'm just thinking, this seems kind of like a huge distraction. I mean, aren't we here for justice for John O'Keefe? If they
Oh,
had compelling vehicle data, Hank Brennan would be shouting that from the rooftops.
I completely and totally agree. That would be, I mean, especially the kind of litigator that we know him to be at this point. If he had solid proof, he would be shouting it from the rooftops, as you're saying. His entire approach is trying to chop off the legs from under Karen Reed's defense. That is very telling.
Yes. Well, I mean, how like how underwhelming is your data or your evidence when you're so eager to spit out this fact about a phone allegedly connecting or disconnecting from Bluetooth, a car's Bluetooth. is that the best fact you have to lead with? Because that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't prove that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe with her car. If anything, that proves that it suggests that Karen pulled away from the scene before the Commonwealth ever claims John O'Keefe was killed.
Right. She was already gone.
Right. So, I mean,
So it's like the Commonwealth timeline is perfect. The only problem with it is Karen Reed being a factor within it. You know, like she already drove off. She's gone. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, what you need to have been doing is looking inside that house, you know, and questioning the witnesses that you failed to question for God knows how long, and get recorded statements and memorialize the interviews in any way, shape, or form.
Exactly. And then you also factor in the fact that all of the location data from Karen Reed's cell phone went missing while in Massachusetts State Police custody. I mean, is that a coincidence?
I mean, there's too many to be coincidences at this point. In my opinion, Jen McCabe took John's phone home, end time aligns with her interview with Proctor. No, you're way off. There's no way that would have shown in his data. Like, didn't you just super chat and ask to explain why his phone showed movement after 6 a.m.? That's because he was found after 6 a.m. So
Well, here's the thing.
His phone would show movement, but his phone would show movement going to Jen McCabe's house.
Yeah, so to be specific, if you look at Jen McCabe's phone data and look at in Richard Green's report, for instance, because he did a whole thing with her location data, and it shows that at, I think it's 1:47 a.m., it shows the location or sorry, the signal accuracy, like the cell signal accuracy, improving greatly as she's leaving the house and leaving 34 Fairview to go home. And that also, it's like a little nugget of information right there, because it is consistent with Brian Albert's testimony that the cell signal was horrible. His house was a dead zone. It was horrible at his house, which is why the GPS data is unreliable as a measure for establishing if John O'Keefe went in the house or did not. But
Green he points this out. Like, he explains why that is not as reliable. Apple Health data is, he said, it's 98% reliable.
So here it's not here's the thing. You don't need to get into a
just before he went into that, he explained how the GPS data just gives you a general range, and it doesn't mean that person's in the middle of that big circle that it narrows things down to. They could be anywhere within that circle that the GPS narrows down.
Right. So it's an important distinction. Is I'm not trying to in any way say that GPS data are less reliable than Apple Health data. Not at all. I'm trying to say I'm specifically saying that
we're in agreement. What I'm saying is that that's how I'm trying to explain to the audience that the GPS data has a wider range. It doesn't narrow down in that sense, but you know,
the degrees of accuracy is what you're referring to.
Right. But Apple Health data going up and down 3 flights of stairs has a 98% accuracy, whereas all the GPS does is put him within the vicinity of the house and the yard. You know what I mean?
Correct. And also
he could
Apple
be
Health
anywhere.
Exactly. And also, well, the other important thing that I pointed out in earlier posts is that Apple Health data does not, I think this is probably what you're also saying, is like Apple Health data does not require a signal connection to accurately report data or record data. So it doesn't need to be connected to a cellular network or a Wi-Fi network. It can be in airplane mode and it's still going to record steps and flights of stairs being climbed. The only thing that it may not record if there's no signal is the distance measurement, because that incorporates some GPS aspect into the into how it records data, but it will still show steps. It will still show flights of stairs climbed. However, GPS location data will not record if there's no network signal, whether it be to the cellular network or a Wi-Fi network, because iPhones use a hybrid GPS system that so it's not just satellite, it's also using Wi-Fi, cell signal, all those things to kind of get an idea of someone's
Right.
location. But those things are all
Which is why I think Brian
influenced.
Koberger is guilty. One of the reasons. but
Well,
yeah.
I mean, the newest evidence that has come out in that case is pretty
Oh,
pretty damning.
I'm not even privy to it,
But
but
I won't
the
go down
second that I
that.
read, yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. But the second,
Yeah.
I will say that the second that I read his arrest affidavit, I was like, yeah, he did that shit. I was like, this is their guy for sure. Masters of Criminology. I entered all this into chat analysis 3 data with everything also related to this case. Even that analysis shows that she could not have hit John with her Lexus. Okay. All right. Do you have that like memorialized in some way yourself? Because that would be really helpful if you like posted it on Twitter or something. That would be really cool. Pin it on Proctor. Thank you. My company uses health data for its discount. Can you tell me how I show stairs without actually walking the stairs? What it does is it shows ascending or descending.
What is their question?
It tracks the angle. And it shows how many steps they took. So that's
So I
what's
don't believe
measured.
it actually shows these. I don't think, based on my independent research of Apple Health data, I don't believe that it actually measures or records descending flights of stairs. I know it says that in the
Green said
initial
that.
reports.
Green said it can't record whether or not he ascended or descended the stairs. It just shows that he
Oh
took
no,
3 flights of stairs. You know,
you're correct. He said that.
Based on his steps, and I would imagine like whatever, like the phone can record the angle in which it's traveling in some way, maybe. I don't really know, but you would know better than I would.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely correct that Green testified to that. But based on my independent research, and if you read, there's a few pretty prominent scientific studies that have been done on the accuracy and reliability of Apple Health data, like from a forensic perspective. I'm pretty certain that it only records it will only like count a flight of stairs when you've ascended stairs. So if you descend stairs, it's not going to record anything for that. But again, I'm not a digital forensic expert, so I'll leave it to the experts on that one. But regardless, that's not even really important to the point of those data points, because the mere fact that any flights of stairs being climbed were recorded after the time that him and Karen arrived at 34 Fairview it's kind of like a binary qualifier. Did he go in the house or didn't he go in the house? Well, this actually provides a much more good faith belief or probable cause to show he did go in the house, because you just wouldn't check that box. You wouldn't show any flights of stairs climbed if you stayed outside, if you stayed in the vehicle, if you stayed on flat 34 Fairview Road and you weren't climbing stairs.
Right. And where they're saying that, where Guarino was saying that there were hills that were it was flat as hell. Turtle Boy went and recorded it, of course. And what else is he gonna do? That's exactly something Turtle Boy's gonna do, like the day of. You know what I mean? Like, as soon as this guy testifies that shit, Turtle Boy's gonna get in his car and go, let me go see what this fucking dickhead's talking about.
I mean, that was the it's like, I don't even know where I would start with what were the most bogus assertions that these witnesses made at trial. Like, that their butts can hang up or can dial and hang up phone calls right before it goes to voicemail, or that claim by Guarino. And the problem I have with that, with Guarino saying that the problem is, I think at first he's saying that it was because they were going up this hill which isn't a hill. But then he claimed at trial that the flights of stairs were measured because John O'Keefe was waving and wailing his arms about in the car. But which is of course also the peak absurdity. But the problem with this is he has no evidence of that. He's assuming and speculating that. Why would you assume and speculate the most absurd, ridiculous thing that there's no evidence to support, that someone's waving their arms around? No, usually when cops get data, like Apple Health data that shows somebody climbed flights of stairs, like in the Lindsay Clancy case, for instance, they used
Like
those three
any
flights of
fucking case.
stairs. Right. They use those three flights of stairs to say, oh, that's indicative that Lindsay Clancy at that time, after they alleged she, you know, I don't know if you say the M word on here, but red rummed or unalived her children,
No,
that
we
she
say
climbs three flights.
we
You
we
can say
say
it.
we can say killed or murdered, but I like to say rehomed.
Perfect. Okay. Um, but
Not
but yeah,
not for not for ad revenue reasons, just because I think it's fucking funny. But go ahead.
well, I mean, if you're gonna speak the McAlbert language, I guess it's accurate,
Right,
or the
exactly.
Commonwealth language.
Exactly.
Um,
Yeah, you get it.
but yeah, so I mean, in the Lindsay Clancy, just look at any other cases that MSP has investigated where they, I don't know, see digital data like flights of stairs being climbed, and they don't, their default automatic immediate position is not to doubt the data and be like, I bet that didn't happen, and I bet that it's because this person was wailing there and flailing their arms around. Like usually they're like, oh, this is probably indicative that at this time whoever was holding the phone climbed flights of stairs, unless I have evidence to suggest otherwise. So it's like from the beginning, and it, also, why did the investigators and the Commonwealth never look at John O'Keefe's phone data, like his Apple Health movement data, his location GPS data, or any of that digital forensic data from his cell phone until after April of 2023, when the defense dropped its explosive motion with all that digital forensic data, where the defense looked at all of that stuff for the first time. And then conveniently after that, the Commonwealth's like, oh, well, I guess we gotta pretend like we care about this data. And that's when they did their whole yardstick measurement, search and rescue app BS GPS forensic analysis of his phone data.
So stupid. Yeah, like the Commonwealth is gonna make, like, that's the fun thing, is like these are things that we don't really think about, but when we're really looking forward to the trial and trying to imagine like what there is to look forward to that we don't really think about, one thing that I'm really looking forward to is Brennan, like, really like pitching this bullshit, like these horrible fucking tactics of investigation, like,
Oh my
and trying to
God.
sell this onto a jury, with Jackson there to go, dude. Like, wait a second. So you used a yardstick, sir? You used a yardstick. Okay. Like,
but
these,
we the defense are the ones who are incredible, because we use Cellhawk, a digital forensic software, on top of four other digital forensic tools to analyze his location data.
yeah, crazy. Wow. But they used the yardstick though. What are you talking about?
They are,
What's wrong with
and
you?
the defunct search and rescue app Sartopo.
Wow. Yeah, I don't get how they're gonna. Yeah, thank you for coming up here and explaining that. All that happened with me in my defense, I got my times confused. So I was like, I don't understand how this is. But yes, if he locks his phone at, what was it, 12:32? I mean,
12:32:09.
this is long after the fact. of anything. Like, John O'Keefe should already have been incapacitated at this point. There's no way he could have done that.
Quite a
And
problem.
yeah, there's no way he could have done that. And the phone call factoring into that and being answered
Pretty shady.
makes no sense. Like, it makes the locking of the phone make less sense. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, and then when you factor in, I'll put together a timeline with like showing all this, all of John's cell phone data with that new lock data at 12/32/09, and then Jen McCabe's communications, her text messages and her phone calls at the same time. I'll make a timeline for that because there's so many different, documents and stuff, and putting it all together visually would probably be helpful.
Olivia, you are a treasure. We love you here. Thank you so much.
Thanks for letting me come in.
No,
Appreciate it.
yeah, I totally broke my own recent rule. But I'm glad that I did, because you helped clear this thing up, and this is a big find. Thank you for that. This is huge. So, like, as always, you always come through. You are amazing. We love you so much. Appreciate you.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right.
All right. I'll be in the chat.
Right on. See you later. Bye.
See ya.
Olivia. Amazing. All right. Y'all are like, wait, what? Let's check out Vinny's latest thing. Okay. I mean, that's fucking crazy, people. That is fucking crazy. Like, new Bettero letter and Olivia's latest find. Olivia is dope. Now, a lot of you guys are thinking, Jesus Christ, will fucking Vinny again, dude? Fuck Vinny Politan. Fuck. That's what you guys are thinking. You're yelling at me right now. And, I give Vinny a lot of shit, man. I do. But I like Vinny. I've stuck to this. I like Vinny. I always have liked Vinny. And I probably always will like Vinny. And I give him a lot of shit, but I got to give him his propers when they're due as well. Partly because I give him a lot of shit, but also because it's deserving. So today, as I understand it, this is going to take a different turn.
I'm Vinny Politan. The subject of my investigation is the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. His girlfriend, Karen Reed, has been accused of the murder, but says she was framed by the police, who are the ones who actually killed him. Here's the story. It was the most divisive trial of 2024, a case that caused confrontations inside the courtroom, outside the courthouse, and all over social media. Karen Reed is accused of running over her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, on purpose. Prosecutors charged her with murder. Then, a local video blogger and social media influencer covering the story transformed this case into something else. He is known as Turtle Boy, and he has tens of thousands of followers who all believe, based upon the evidence that they've seen, that Karen Reed is innocent and she was being framed by police. They mobilized and created the Free Karen Reed movement, and this trial turned it into a polarizing issue, much like the left versus the right in politics. That divide seeped into the jury room as the first trial ended with a deadlocked jury. Now, the battle lines have been drawn, and both sides are preparing for this epic retrial of the century. And that's not an exaggeration.
Now, still calling Turtle Boy a blogger. But at least he's acknowledging this. Because to me, one of the most important things about this case is the support that Karen Reed has. Thank you so much, On Top. Appreciate it. It's the support that Karen Reed has. And Court TV finally acknowledging it without it, without a condescending tone for once is really refreshing. So I'm really grateful to Court TV and Vinny for doing what they did with this piece here.
Exaggeration. There's never been a retrial quite like this with this much anticipation and buildup. And all the battles that were fought the first time around, there are new battles that are being fought in the buildup to this case. And this coverage of this trial, to me, is so much different because of what is happening outside of the courthouse. And we've covered trials where there are protests and people are saying this or that. This is different. This is different. You have people who had no connection to Karen Reed, people who didn't know Karen Reed, didn't know John O'Keefe, but learned about the story and got invested in what was happening. And they are what I call true believers, people who absolutely believe Karen Reed is 1,000% innocent and that there's something wrong with our system. And they've made themselves known, so much so that the judge had to create special rules to keep them away from the courthouse during the first trial. Take a look.
Karen Reed was framed, and the world knows it. We have been subjected to domestic terrorism. We will not be terrorized anymore. Free Karen Reed! Let me free Karen Reed! How stupid can they think we are? How stupid!
Now, for like the past year, Court TV has made it a point to avoid the subject of Turtle Boy. Now, let's just be honest here. Court TV's job is to entertain, and they're going to take angles. This angle's no different than the last angle they were taking. It's just different. It's just a different angle. But, this is all because now Turtle Boy has entered the chat. Turtle Boy is now officially part of the Karen Reed case. As far as this trial goes, he's been named as a witness. They're trying to get his communications with Karen Reed. They're accusing Turtle Boy of colluding with Karen Reed. They're accusing Karen Reed of colluding with Turtle Boy to incite witness intimidation that never took place. So it's very, very interesting. And now this is good, because now there's going to be more attention on Turtle Boy's case, as I was saying earlier, because Turtle Boy's case needs more attention. The problem is like I said, it's going to require people to really look at what's going on. People who are just watching from home, who are just logging on to this, they're not going to see that very thin line between being an aggressive journalist and being someone who claims to be an aggressive journalist, but is just someone who harasses people, such as Jonathan Lee Riches, such as Bullhorn Betty. Those kind of names are names that we don't want Turtle Boy to be associated with, because those are people who claim to do what Turtle Boy does, but instead actually harass people. They go after people without any evidence at all whatsoever. Parents of missing kids without any evidence of any foul play, nothing. This is not okay. This is not behavior that I would ever condone. However, when it comes to people like the McAlberts, who have behaved in the most shadiest way. And there is evidence after evidence after evidence after evidence that dictates that government agencies in Massachusetts are covering for them. So what other type of journalism is required? What less is required in journalism than being as aggressive as Turtle Boy has been to get the facts? He has broken one law, and that law is simply unconstitutional. That law is the problem. That Massachusetts law, chapter 28, 13A, 13B, that's the problem. So hopefully, people don't get too mentally exhausted looking into all of the facts in the Karen Reed case. Hopefully they look at the Turtle Boy case, see the similarities, look at the timeline, because it's not a coincidence that Turtle Boy gets charged at the time that he does, considering where we were at in the Karen Reed trial, pre-trial. On top, thank you again. Wow, thank you so much. Cover politically, state, and local. Easy to see. Well, the law is there. It's saying no picketing of potential witnesses. Like, so I realize that you disagree, but the law is there. The problem is that the law that was weaponized, it was because it was so broad, Mello was allowed to use it. That's my issue. Should it be a law? Fuck no. Is it a fucking mystery that it ever became a law? Absolutely. But it's a law nevertheless.
She's been framed.
She has to be exonerated. This is insane. I'm excited to see her have her day.
Dude, I'm putting you out there right now, Clever. Listen up, homie. I'm glad you ate all your food. Okay? I'm glad you ate all your food. Yes, I'm very, very glad. Here, you want to say, yeah, you look at everybody when I tell you what's up. I'm glad you ate all your food, but I'm not hooking you up with treats right now. You know why? You know why. They don't know why. You know why. Somebody stole my motherfucking steak. Somebody stole my motherfucking steak. Now, you imagine? I didn't even get mad. I was just like, all right, man, no treats. I didn't even get mad. But hell no, dude. This motherfucker stole my goddamn steak. Hell no. Giving you no goddamn treats right now. You got me fucked up. Oh, my $12, motherfucker.
That was the first case. And I mean, they showed up pre-trial hearings, pre-trial motions. They were there. Then during the trial, they're there.
And to be fair, another reason why I didn't even get mad is I was like already debating on like just cutting it up and like sticking it in his food tonight anyway. But he stole it, and that shit ain't cool. Keeping me company as we drive to Memphis. Right on. Be safe. Awesome. That's for the steak. Grandmaster Sid Sofos. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Grandmaster Sid Sofo. My homie.
They're day in and day out. They're there when Karen Reed arrives in the morning. They are there when Karen Reed leaves at the end of the day. But they can't get into the courthouse because they're in this little tiny courtroom for this huge case. But I'm wondering, as we get ready now for the retrial of the century, I've got a question. It's our first question of our investigation. Does Karen Reed have more support now? Right? The first time this trial went,
you better believe that shit, homie.
people knew about the trial. Locally, obviously, they knew about it. But nationally, it wasn't quite there. From my perspective, the case and the story has become bigger since the first trial. So let's try to answer this question. Joining me, Karen Reed supporter and creator of the Justice for Officer John O'Keefe and Karen Reed Facebook page, Nick Rocco is with us. And joining us on the phone right now, author of the book, Storm of Suspicion, the Karen Reed Trial, Kevin Lenahan is with us as well. Some dramatic intro there for Nick. All right, Nick, let me ask you, from your group, right? From your Facebook group, are there more people joining now? Is the temperature of their passion higher now than it was at the first trial? Is it the same? Is it less? What are you sensing?
I think more and more people are outraged. There were people in this movement in the way beginning, but also people got to witness the first trial, and people who didn't know about it now do know about it. So what's going to happen now is I think you're going to see more people outside. We have about, I would say, 100 to 200 people joining the Facebook group daily and voicing their concerns about what's happening in Norfolk County. And I think it goes bigger than just the Karen Reed case. I think it just goes to the corruption in what Judge Beverly Cannoni is doing in the courtroom. And I know, Joe Krauske had mentioned the other night was you have a judge who is pro-defense. We've all watched this case. She is not pro-defense. She absolutely does not like them. But I don't think that's going to stop the supporters from showing up. I think even if the buffer zone is now 300 feet, 400 feet, they're still going to be there showing up regardless.
I'm right.
Now, Kevin, let me ask you from your perspective. Do you get a sense that since this first trial happened, since the coverage, the talking, the documentaries that are out, that there is more knowledge by the general public now, crossing out of the people who watch court TV, crossing over the people who are true crime aficionados, like into the general population of people? Do you see this case going there? And do you get the sense that those people are supporting Karen Reed, or are you seeing something else?
Yeah, Plevin. What say you?
Boy, cunt.
Exactly.
Ooh, you suck.
I think Nick said the quiet part out loud a couple of weeks ago when he talked about how we now know that the federal investigation is over and they didn't find anything of interest, nothing exculpatory, nothing that led to charges, and but that their goal is really to make this a public relations campaign and hope that you get a couple of people on the jury that reject the evidence, and that then you make the case later on that it's too expensive to do a third trial. I think that's what we're looking at here. But I do think that the PR campaign has been very effective, and the majority of the public is only looking at the issues that the defense raises. Many of these things that have been, pretty much most of them, debunked by the evidence in the trial. But
okay, Plevin, the reason why we're looking at the issues that the defense are raising is because the defense is the only side actually raising any issues. That's why. It's because Brennan doesn't have a case. The Commonwealth does not have a case. They have even less of a case this time around than they did the first time around. That's why the world is watching. That's why everyone is watching, because nobody can fucking believe that this ever went to trial once, much less about to go to trial a second time.
But they don't see that, and they just see this kind of superficial thing that looks really mysterious and intriguing and interesting. And I just hope that they'll be willing to pay attention. I hope, well, really what matters is the jury will not come in.
I hope that they read my book
to this with preconceptions and just listen to the evidence carefully and be objective, honest, diligent jurors.
We're waiting for the evidence, or at least any evidence that makes any sense, because we're only getting that from the defense, Plevin.
Let me ask you, Nick, because Kevin said this was like a PR campaign. From your perspective, do you see yourself as part of a PR campaign?
I've been accused of being paid, and I've been accused of being part of the defense PR team since the beginning. Nobody is part of a PR campaign. Nobody has been paid by the defense team to speak our minds and our opinions. Everybody who is out there is authentic and real. And a lot of us don't hide behind, Twitter accounts. We're all out there, and we all show our faces. We all go on camera, and we speak to local news. And everybody's there. Everyone's real. There's no paid protesters. The defense is not trying to, have this crowd outside to potentially get put on the jury pool. All 12 jurors voted not guilty for 2 counts, and they were hung on one count. So it's not us out there that's doing this. It's what's happening in the courtroom. Ultimately, that is the final decision. And now we have one of the jurors being one of her lawyers. I mean, if that doesn't speak volumes, then I don't know what else to say to the people who believe she's guilty.
By the way, one of the reasons I asked this question is we got this press release. Apparently, there's a nationwide rally for Karen Reed that is planned ahead of the start of the retrial. The group that's organizing it is called Karen Reed Stands Out, and they released this video.
Yeah, baby. Go, baby. Go, baby.
Okay, let me ask Nick, do you know anything about this group and they're calling them standouts?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the people who run the standouts, they're a part of the Justice page, the Facebook page that we run. There is a website you can go to see basically every week where there are standouts. You have standouts every weekend, multiple weekends, all the time. This is a nationwide standout where I believe this is the 3rd one. And you just have towns all over Massachusetts, all over different states, and even some in Australia, in the UK, and Ireland, who participate in these nationwide standouts. People are outraged. They don't believe Karen Reed did this. And I know we've been accused of being a mindless mob, but are all these people mindless? I mean, you have people in other countries who are doing this. They're not part of a mob. I'm not part of a mob. I just truly believe that she's innocent. So we stand out and we put ourselves out there and we get criticism for it. But it is what it is because we believe in something.
Kevin, what are your thoughts about what's taking place here? I'm looking at all the towns where these standouts are taking place. There's a ton of them in Massachusetts, like Weymouth and Worcester. They're going to have one there. They're going to have it in Walpole. Then Bristol, Connecticut, Cumberland, Rhode Island. You've got Manchester, New Hampshire, Portland, Maine, Fort Walton Beach, Florida, Orlando down at Disney, San Diego, California. What's going on here, Kevin?
Well, first of all, I do want to say that I do actually believe that Nick is not part of a paid PR campaign, that he does fervently believe in Karen's innocence and has since this first became a popular story in 2023. So I'm definitely not accusing Nick of that. What I'm accusing of is the defense team and the defendant of waging a PR campaign, the purpose of which is to contaminate the jury pool. And we've never seen, I don't think, anything like it in recent history.
Okay, Plevin, like, you got to make up your mind, buddy. Okay, I'm trying to help you out, Plevin. You can't, from one side of your mouth, be like, I don't think that Nick's part of the PR campaign while he's sitting on fucking court TV, and then you're accusing Karen Reed of her defense team of running a PR campaign. Wouldn't Nick be the most effective point of that PR campaign? Wouldn't Nick be the most suspected, closest one of the PR campaign? I mean, how many times that guy sat in the courtroom? You know what I mean? Like, now here's the thing is Nick's not part of a fucking PR campaign. Karen Reed and her defense team are not running a PR campaign. I have never, ever, ever spoken to anyone in Karen Reed's camp that wasn't outside of an invite to a dinner or something to that effect. That's it. That's it. And that has been hardly a handful of times. I'm here because I want to be here. I'm here because of the same reason why people are standing out there. I believe in Karen Reed being completely and totally innocent. Aussie Dave, thank you. Damn right. We're here to support Karen and Turtle Boy around the world. Right. I'm here because I believe Karen Reed is innocent. I know she's innocent. I am here because I know Turtle Boy is innocent. And I want to see justice served. Simple. That's it. I can't just turn my back on this and just lose interest. Like, this affects everyone. Surely the hot rock steaming the yellow cottage and the YMCA. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. What's up, Nick Rocco? Yo, you're killing it so far on this thing, man. I appreciate you, dude.
Career in modern history. So, but yeah, there's no question that there's a fervent belief system that's out there. And one of the things that we'll have to study for many years after this is what about this case resonated with so deeply with people. They're just looking at the surface of this. Is it their distrust of cops? Is it because you have a middle-aged white woman who has no criminal history? Do they see themselves in that? Do they just mistrust authority of the system? I don't know. I think it's really something that has to be studied. You know me, I just focus on the evidence. It's nothing.
Bro, you keep saying that. I don't know what it is. Is it because she's a pretty white woman without a criminal record and that's why everybody's just saying that she's innocent? No, bro. It's because the evidence that you're claiming to be something that you follow so meticulously dictates that she's innocent. And like, you're ignoring it on television, bro. Like, I'm going to end up buying this guy's book and then like doing members only streams where I just fucking read his book, bro. Like, I'm going to end up doing that. Because I don't think I can, though. Every time I tell myself I'm going to do that, I shut it down. I shut myself down. You know why? Because I can't even get through one of his fucking tweets. Like, immediately I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. As soon as I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm doing that, I go, nah, I'm not doing that. I can't even get through one of his tweets. I can't. Like, he is so full of shit. Like, when you listen to him right here, he's just naming all these things and he's just acting like the Commonwealth hasn't completely shit the bed.
Nothing against Karen. And there are charges that I don't know that she had any intent to do anything wrong here in terms of that night, but the evidence is overwhelming.
He's backpedaling now. He's backpedaling now. Oh, I don't know if she meant to do it, because now he's about to fucking see. Like, right, Nick, I totally agree, bro. Like, I totally agree. Like, there's really almost nobody in this whole thing that I hate. You know what I mean? Like, there really isn't, like, there's people that I'm just like, but I don't fucking hate nobody, Plevin's just fucking retarded. You know what I mean? What are you going to do about that? Like, what, I mean, it's his problem that he's retarded. It's not mine. It's just really funny. Like, it's really funny. It's constant. Like, this guy has like managed to be on court TV. This is the craziest fucking shit in the world. Like, that's like the fucking whipped cream on the sundae right there. I'm not sure if it's the cherry. but it's definitely the whipped cream on the sundae. If the sundae consists of Turtle Boy's case, Karen Reed's case, Sandra Birchmore's case, Grant Smith Ellis, all of these things, fake victim, all of these things, dude, Plevin being on court TV is like a fucking, is the whipped cream on that sundae, dude. It's just like on that bizarre, what the fuck planet am I on Sunday? That's what I call that Sunday. What the fuck planet am I on? A what the fuck planet am I on split with sprinkles? Insane, dude. And they're not all distractions. They're not all distractions. Like, they're all things that are relevant to the case.
John's death to her Lexus, and that's just overwhelming, but really irrefutable. And I hope the jury will see that in the trial.
All right, Nick and Kevin are going to stick around. We got a lot to get to this hour. Coming up next, will any jurors have an agenda?
Like, I wonder why he had to call in. Nick's probably got an explanation for that, but you got to kind of wonder. Maybe it's something as simple as, you know, my computer's not working, I'll call, you know, but I'm wondering if it was something like, you know, that Nick Rocco, he's a looker, but that Plevin guy, man, people are calling him an apparition. Are we sure we want to keep putting him on camera? Like, people calling him an attic dweller. It's probably even better for him if he just calls in. He's not on camera. You know, like, if you see the stuff on Twitter about this guy, like, whoo, they really don't let up on the whole attic thing. And you got to admit, he kind of looks like he's in an attic. One might even say he looks like he's haunting it. Yeah, probably better he just calls in. Oh my God. Oh, that is so much fun.
A trial capturing national
hairstyle you think happened.
All right. So here's the juror.
Honestly,
Ronnie.
Do not know.
That was my one-on-one with one of the jurors from the first trial. And interesting that he doesn't know exactly what happened. I mean, he was there. He saw and heard all the evidence. And if you don't know what happened, that equals not guilty. And he clearly was a not guilty juror. And it seems like a bunch of the jurors were not guilty on counts 1 and 3, like all 12 of them. But I want you to take a little bit.
Vinny. I love it, Vinny. Where's your pink tie, buddy? Where are we at on that vote? Oh, look at, man, that's split, homie. 57% support you, Vinny, in wearing a pink tie. They think it's going to happen. 44% say it's not going to happen, but 57% think it will. I think it will. I'm going to leave that up there for a while because it's so close. I'm going to leave that up there and let people keep voting if they want.
Listen to a little bit more of my interview with him, because I thought it was fascinating, because it took us inside the jury room. It took us inside what this jury had to deal with and some of the issues and some of the miscommunication back and forth that caused what turned out to be a very messy non-verdict verdict. Take a listen.
Thank you, Tiny Tim Previn.
Unfortunately, at that time, we did not fill out any of the paperwork there, nor sign it. So we were under the understanding that each charge could not be treated separately. And so we continued to deliberate, despite the fact that we had agreed on 2 of the counts as not guilty.
Did any of this evidence convince you one way or the other about whether or not John O'Keefe was struck by a car, that the injuries were consistent with being struck by a car?
This is where we debated for hours. For some of us, it was conclusive evidence that she was guilty. For some of us, though, the injuries were not consistent with a pedestrian struck per se. It seemed inconsistent. So for some of us, it solidified that essentially it was not collision with the motor vehicle that ultimately caused the blunt force trauma to his head.
And that's not the only juror that we heard from. WBZ interviewed a juror March 6, 2025, right, earlier this month. And it was actually an alternate juror from the first trial. Victoria George, who is an attorney herself and was an alternate juror in Reed's first trial, sent the following to WBZ TV. I was a fair-minded juror who left this trial questioning the integrity of the system long before the defense filed a motion to dismiss with allegations of jury tampering. It is the Reed case itself and the fact that it is still being brought that has left many in Massachusetts wary, distrustful, and scared of our system. As a lawyer, this really saddens me even more because I remember how much faith I had in our system as an optimistic law student.
Hell yeah, man. Well fucking said. Well said. Man, that I am excited about this person being on the Karen Reed team.
That juror, who's a lawyer, is now a member of Karen Reed's defense team. So it seems like at this point, she's really been convinced one way about what happened to John O'Keefe, that it had nothing to do with Karen Reed. But I'm wondering with all the notoriety here and the passionate feelings that people have about this case after the first trial, let's talk about the jurors in the second trial. And that brings me to my next question. Will any jurors have an agenda? Will they be jurors who want to get on that want to be part of the trial because they have an agenda? Here with us, Massachusetts trial attorney, served as special counsel to Johnny Depp in his defamation case, Wayne Dennison, and Massachusetts criminal defense attorney, college instructor, and author, Peter Ellikin. All right, Wayne, do you think there's going to be any jurors that show up with an agenda?
I suspect that there are going to be potential jurors that show up with an agenda. This is obviously well-publicized case.
But it's not just the publicity. It's not just the publicity, Wayne. It's that people are dug in. Like, the only thing I can compare this to is politics, left versus right. That's the way it plays. Go to that courthouse. Wear pink one day, I'm wearing blue tonight. Wear blue another day and see how you are looked at by the other side. That's what's happening. So I'm wondering if someone, one of the blues or one of the pinks with those passionate feelings is going to bring that into the jury pool and try to get on that jury.
So you get a very limited amount of information from the jury questionnaires. You get where the person lives generally, you get some spousal information, you get some educational information, you get some information about how they're employed and about their interaction with the police. But there's a very limited amount of information in this courtroom that you get relative to the jury pool. You're entitled to do lawyer-conducted voir dire, but if somebody is on this jury or a potential juror who is absolutely dug in, there's going to be very little that you can do if that person is not honest and direct to keep them off the jury.
Peter, this is one of those cases where I could see a stealth juror attempting to, or perhaps getting onto this jury, because so many, I spent some time up there. People have opinions and people have more opinions now as we go into the second trial.
Yeah, in my 40-something years of being a member of the bar, I've never, ever seen, such public passions about this. And one of the problems with this case, of course, is that you're not going to find any juror who never heard about this case. I'd almost be skeptical if somebody was so isolated that they'd never heard it. I mean, we already went through the whole first trial also. So with everybody knowing about it, is there any absolute foolproof, fail-safe system to keep a juror with an agenda out of it? Somebody who either wants to write a book or just feels so passionate.
I don't even think it's a book. I don't think it's like the OJ juror book deal, right? I think this is people either want to see Karen Reed set free, or you talk to the other folks, they want to see her fry. Like, to me, it's not about the classic, I want to be on a jury on a high profile case because I'm going to be famous myself. I think it's people who want to see justice, however they perceive this case, happen in there. And that's why it's different, Peter. I think it's different than the classic, we're going to write a book, I'm going to be famous deal.
That is true. I would agree with you on that the passions are so embedded, so extremely deep here that people really are so invested in this case that they would like to be, a deciding member, as opposed to somebody outside with a picket sign or somebody giving their opinions, over the water cooler to their friends. They'd like to be the decider. So there's ways to kind of weed that out if you really.
I mean, all of this is really good points here that they're making. I mean, the jury selection process is going to be difficult. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind, though, is and thanks to having folks like Nan on the channel and having the insight from other attorneys like Bettero, the jury can know about the case, they just can't have an opinion on it, but they can have it can be said that they've heard of the case. They just can't feel one way or another about it. So that's all that is, but that's still difficult. Now, in a case like this, it would be next to impossible to find jurors that never heard of this case. So there you go. So, but, it's still going to be difficult to find people who don't have an opinion. So this process is going to be interesting.
You really have a good jury selection system, but like I said, there's no fail-safe, foolproof method to prevent that. I'm thinking in all likelihood it won't happen, but could it happen? Absolutely.
All right. Our lawyers are staying with us. Coming up, what is the biggest problem prosecutors have in the retrial?
So dramatic, right? And he's so serious.
I'm Vinny Politan. We continue our investigation of the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe, a man who served his community and took care of his family before he was killed by someone he knew and trusted. The question is, who actually did it? Here's the story. Karen Reed was a college professor living.
Listen, dude, I'm calling it. When Vinny's doing cardio, because Vinny does cardio. Like, you could just tell. When Vinny's doing cardio, he's rocking the Karate Kid soundtrack. He's rocking the Rocky IV soundtrack. I know he is. I fucking know it. I know Vinny's fucking rocking out the fucking... Oh my god, dude. Oh, I can't even think of the song. How does that shit go? Oh man. You're the best around. And he's like, yeah. You're the best around. Nothing's ever gonna keep you down. He's all fucking doing it, man. I love it.
Living a relatively normal life in Massachusetts. Then one snowy night in a town called...
I'm not ragging on him because, little secret, I do. I do. I rock out to that shit.
Canton, her boyfriend John O'Keefe, a Boston police officer, ended up dead on the front lawn of another Boston police officer. Karen Reed was charged with his murder. Prosecutors say she purposely ran him over with her SUV. But Karen Reed has literally proclaimed her innocence on the courthouse steps and has thousands and thousands of supporters in Massachusetts and around the country who believe she is innocent. The jury deadlocked in the first trial, and now both sides have been slugging it out inside the courtroom while supporters are voicing their opinions.
Slugging it out.
Outside the courthouse as the nation waits for the upcoming retrial of the century.
Court TV is fucking, man, they're doing it, bro. I'm not doing that. I'm not pulling up Ronnie's Facebook, bro. Dude, they're doing that shit right now, man. Like, what they're doing is really building up. I mean, that's their job, you know. They're trying to like attract viewers to watch the trial, and they're trying to build up the trial, and they're doing it very, very dramatically, and it's quite entertaining. I have to give it to them. But I love it because at least they're covering everything. At least like finally, I've been saying, I'm like, news stations, like they're missing out. Like news stations and shit, any mainstream media, like they're missing out by not stating all the facts of the case. If you're trying to like create a more dramatic effect and sell this and sell the drama in it, you have to cover the most dramatic aspects of the case. And nobody's been doing that until now. Now is when they're starting to do it. And especially now that the defense has named 3 culprits, 3 third-party culprits. So that's a big deal. And so these are things that can't be ignored. So now mainstream media is going to be like, okay, so what's up with these fucking 3-party culprits? Let's go. And so I love also that Vinny and Court TV are putting so much focus on Karen Reed's support. That's so important. And giving the shout out about the standout in Florida that's going to happen tomorrow. And Britt Happens is going to be there. She's making signs right now, I think, on a members only stream. But that's awesome. Britt Happens has been great. She's been just fantastic.
This is going to be a battle. I think this is going to be more intense than the first one. And I think just what we've seen in the buildup, the buildup to the first one was intense as well. But it's just another notch up there. So the defense obviously believes Karen Reed 100% innocent, was framed, etc. But they also believe there are a lot of problems and a lot of things the state did, the Commonwealth did, that were problematic. And they filed a motion to dismiss. It was denied, but take a listen to some of the arguments from Alan Jackson.
There is no other conclusion but that Michael Proctor and other investigators intentionally secured these videos. They withheld the evidence from us, and they withheld the evidence from the prosecution team. This was a pattern engaged in by the Massachusetts State Police, by the Canton Police Department, over and over and over again. And now we know.
And that's really slick on Alan Jackson's part right there. Because, again, like we've talked about this 100 times. Like you can't just outright accuse the prosecutor of being dirty, you know? So, like, it was a really slick move when they're presenting their argument to Judge Cannoni directly and saying, this dude who just got fired, withheld this, not just from us. He withheld the evidence, not just from us, but from the Commonwealth too. So, so putting them in that whole thing was a very, very smart thing to do. I mean, boiling it down to the investigators, I mean, that gave Brennan an out, but Brennan, of course, for some reason, they are hell bent on this going on. And it is just, the more people gather to watch this, the more embarrassing it's going to be for them, because they're just going to keep going on. This is about to be the craziest fucking trial ever. Mostly because it shouldn't be going to trial. Mostly because the world is going to see, I can't believe that taxpayer dollars are going to this shit. That's fucking crazy. In this climate right now, in this political climate right now, where everybody's auditing and shit. Oh shit, JFK, turbulence in the chat, people. Turbulence in the chat. JFK's in the house. In this political climate where we're talking about unnecessary spending so much, like that's such a hot topic. It's such a trending topic. And so Massachusetts is just like slapping everybody who's a taxpayer in the face, because anybody who lives in another state is going to look at this and go, could this be happening in my state? Is this going to happen? What the fuck is going on here? Like, absolutely wild, man.
Through this new revelation that it was intentional. The prejudice the defense has suffered is legally presumed, and it's also factually proven. And thus the only remedy is dismissal.
And one of the amazing things in this case is that both sides have been on top of everything that the other side is doing or hasn't done, information that they provided or didn't provide, and all the issues that some of the witnesses have with things that they've done or haven't done in the past. So prosecutors have the burden, though, and that brings us to the next question in our investigation, which is, what is the biggest problem prosecutors have in the retrial?
I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb, Vinny, and say that they don't have a case at all. That's going to be my answer to that question. The biggest problem they got, because they got a lot of little problems. Like, let's just acknowledge that fact right there. They got a lot of little problems. But the biggest problem they got, Vinny, is a no-brainer. Brennan doesn't have a case.
What's the biggest problem they have? Joining me, Karen Reed supporter, creator of the Justice for Officer John O'Keefe and Karen Reed Facebook page, Nick Rocco, and the author of the book Storm of Suspicion, the Karen Reed.
They put him on camera.
Trial, Kevin Lenahan with us. All right, let me start here, and then let me put this up on the screen, because I think this is one of the big issues.
Kevin's background is just, man, come on. At this point, dude, don't you think, dude, like, how many times has my man been on court TV already? You know what I mean? How many times has my man been on court TV already? And does this guy want to sell his book? Does Plevin want his book to sell? Dude, you've been on court TV so many times. You've got almost no growth on your channel. Like, you cannot even break 500 viewers per live stream. And then you write a book. Like, dude, this neon sign, it wasn't that expensive, man. Put a little flash in the attic, bro. You know what I mean? Put a little flash in the attic, dude. A little flash didn't hurt nobody. You know? Like, you're in an attic, make the best of it. Put a little lighting. Put it on the ground so some cool lighting comes up. You know what I'm saying? You can make the shit look fucking dope. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to help you, Plevin. I want your channel to do well, dude. I do. I want you to do well, bro. Like, you got to start, at some point, you got to ask yourself, like, I'm on court TV almost every fucking night. Why isn't my channel growing? Like, I just wrote a fucking book. Why the fuck isn't my channel growing? At some point, you got to ask that shit. You know?
Big issues in the case, obviously. The lead investigator, Trooper Proctor. The state police trial board fired Massachusetts State Police investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor. It dishonorably discharged him. And obviously, it was for things that happened during the course of this case, including some text messages. Take a listen.
So these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. These came from me. Funny, I'm going through his client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke.
All right. Nick, how big of a problem is Trooper Proctor for the Commonwealth here?
Well, he was found guilty of 4 different charges by the trial board. And one of them, you know, the text messages was bad, him driving his cruiser while he was working, drinking, that's bad. But I think the biggest one is the fact that he was found guilty of being biased in this case. And I think once the jury hears that he was biased in this case, anything that he touched or had to do with, I think the jury is not going to believe to be true and accurate, which I think anybody who sees this case believes the same thing. It's that him being fired.
Was I muted for that prayer? You guys didn't hear my prayer? That's all right. That's between me and God. Y'all can go fuck yourselves. That's between me and the big guy.
Is going to have a huge impact at the way the jury sees this case going forward. And now the defense is saying it's a cover-up, and you have the lead investigator being fired for his conduct in this case, whether it's text messages, you know, leaking information to non-law enforcement, or the other one just being biased, which is now a known fact. That's not going to be good.
Kevin Lenahan, this is, I mean, we cover trials here on Court TV. That's all we do. I've never seen anything quite like this, where the lead investigator is now gone. The lead investigator is biased. This is problematic. This is like, we're not quite there, but we're close to like Mark Furman country here.
Yeah, no, we're
So there are 2 things that I'd like people to remember about this. Is one is that there is no evidence at all. Nothing was uncovered that showed Michael Proctor planting evidence, manufacturing evidence, or in any way fudging the investigation. But if you want to Mark Furman this guy and reject any evidence that he was connected to, fine.
Right, because, you know, it makes perfect sense that he wouldn't interview any of the witnesses in the house the day of. That wouldn't make sense, right? It would make sense, right, that he, you know, is practically family, according to his own family, to his own mother, with the McAlberts. That's not, yeah, that's just coincidence, you know. I mean, Plevin, just stop it. Like, it's so bizarre to me that Court TV even, like, you know, like, entertains this. I mean, don't get me wrong. I kind of love it. You know what I mean? I kind of love it because it's just like, it's kind of like being on an acid trip when I'm not on an acid trip. You know what I mean? I'm just like, is this fucking happening? Watching this guy on Court TV just completely ignore all the facts and talk about how I follow the facts and the evidence, like, constantly. It's so bizarre. What, dude? Chill out. We ain't done yet. Like, I normally run these like 3 hours, and like he knows that the time's almost up, and he's just like, let's go to bed. Like, no, bro, you're gonna have to fucking wait. You have to wait, homie.
Fine, go ahead. The fundamental evidence that shows Karen's Lexus struck John O'Keefe has nothing to do with Michael Proctor. The main evidence, the taillight pieces that were found in a debris pattern near where John's body was found, those were not.
Why didn't he log any of his clothes into evidence? The clothes that supposedly there was pieces of taillight sprinkled on. Like, dude, why didn't he log these things into evidence? Why did it take him 3 weeks? Why was it sitting in the trunk of his car? And then he put it in, like, sitting on a piece of paper to dry? Are you kidding? Thank you so much, On Top. I appreciate it.
Not collected by Michael Proctor. Those main pieces that were found that night were found by the CERT team. Michael Proctor never went to the crime scene that day. The fundamental evidence is the vehicle data that shows.
No, Michael Proctor broke the tail light and gave the shit to Tully, and Tully gave the shit to the CERT team. Duh. We all know that.
Karen going in reverse at 24 miles an hour for 60 or 70 feet. And the way that correlates with the location data and the Waze data on John's phone. And also that's a bulletproof correlation that shows exactly what time John was struck by the Lexus. In addition, the GPS on John's phone shows that he never went inside the house. So if you want to get rid of all the Proctor evidence, go ahead.
I love that me and Olivia just went 5 undocumented searches. Exactly. I love how me and Olivia just went over this whole GPS business and like listening to this dickhead go, the GPS shows that he never went in the house. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Right. I stop it, dude. And like, dude, he trolls Olivia constantly. Olivia can't post anything without Plevin chiming in with some stupid rant. Like, he thinks he's the anti-Olivia. That's the funniest thing about it. Like, he thinks he's a match. Like, nobody gives this guy any fucking love. Court TV is the only fucking people besides the fucking Krusties and the fucking, what do you call them? The fucking, whatever, the millennial guy. That dude. Those are the only people that give this guy the fucking time of day. And them and Court TV. Court TV. Just saying. Just saying. You know what I mean? It's weird, dude. All I'm saying is it's weird. It's weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, the dude's in his attic and he's like spouting nonsense. Like, I have to believe that Court TV is doing this for comedic purposes. I have to believe that there's like this dark comedic, like they did a focus group and they were like, should we have some dipshit who lives in his mom's attic on a panel? Like, just for the sake of just an underline, like make people laugh, who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about? Should we do that? And then we'll plug his stupid little book. Like, I wonder, because I don't think that they do things. I think that I mean, Court TV is a big company, dude. You know, they have focus groups and shit like that. They run tests to find out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like, did the test for dude in an attic? Did the focus group test for dude in an attic spouting off nonsense with boinking nipples? Did that get a high score with the focus group? Did they all did that get high numbers? I can't, dude. I fucking can't. It's so fucking bizarre to me. It's so bizarre to me.
It doesn't really impact the fundamental evidence of this case.
Now, I want you to take a listen to the cross-examination of Caitlyn Albert.
You drove past the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You drove past the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And in all that time from when Tristan Morris pulled out of the driveway and drove right by your parents' front lawn, you never saw anything of the things that I previously asked you about, correct?
I did not, but I also was not looking.
You saw no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red.
Now, what's really funny, dude, is like I believe, dude, I really, really, truly believe that if Vinny Politan didn't have to like follow other cases, because it's his job. That's, he's on court TV. He's not covering just one case. But if he could, he would focus 100% of his energy on this case and really break down like the discrepancies in the Commonwealth's case. And if he were able to do that, he would be able to cut off Plevin and be like, dude, that's not true. You know what I mean? Because Nick is a guest too. He can't do that either. He can't just start going at Plevin. You know what I'm saying? Like Nick is he's an asset to, he's an asset to spreading awareness to the facts of this case. So to have him up there and do that is valuable. You don't want him fucking it up and just going, Kevin, shut up, you're a liar. You don't want that, But Vinny could go, well, now, wait a minute, Plevin. I mean, Kevin, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Now, the GPS didn't actually say that he didn't go in the house. You know what I mean? Like, he could do that. But the problem is Vinny's he can't look into every single detail of this case because he has to focus on other cases too. There's too much in this case, dude. There's too much. You know what I mean? So I'm never going to get mad at Vinny for that. Ever, ever, ever.
Red plastic and no 6'2" man, correct?
Correct.
And you also didn't see any tire tracks in the snow, did you?
Not that I can remember.
All right. Kevin, why didn't anyone see John O'Keefe there? One witness, I think, saw what she described as a blob, but no one saw John O'Keefe on the front lawn that was leaving that party.
Well, Nick, maybe we should try an experiment tonight. You where you are and me where I am. We'll go out and lie in an area on the lawn and just not move and see if any cars driving by notice us. I'm guaranteed that.
Bro, look at Nick's face, dude. Look at Nick was just like, hey, Nick, let's you and I go on a fucking what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You realize you're on court TV right now, right? Let's go out and lie down on the ground and
To try an experiment tonight.
Let's try an experiment tonight. Look at Nick's face. Watch here.
And me where I am. We'll go out and lie in an area on the lawn and just not move and see if any cars driving by notice us. I'm guaranteed that none of them do. And interestingly here, Lucky Loughran testified that he last plowed the street at 5:30 a.m. Now, even under the conspiracy theory put out by the defense, John must have been out there by 5:30, right? And Lucky went up down a couple of times, so he probably made a pass at 5:45 too. This is just minutes before John was found by Kerry and Jen. So Lucky didn't see him that time either, despite going through this well-lit vehicle. It's just not natural to see a dark, unmoving object lying in somebody's yard. Your eye doesn't pick it up. It's in your peripheral vision. And unless something is moving, it's...
Bro, stop it, bro. Like, stop it. This is the same guy that said, like, headlights don't work that way. Headlights go straight ahead. They don't have peripheral beaming. He said that shit on court TV too, by the way. Like, he said that shit on court TV. That headlights don't work that way. Microdot's had to make a video. Microdot's made a very, very simple video. Like, headlights absolutely work that way. They're designed to do that. You know why they're designed to do that? so that you can avoid hitting things that could be coming from either directions. That is exactly the entire point behind the engineering, the rocket science behind a headlight on a car, a set of headlights on a car. That is what they are designed to do, is catch the entire front that your eye peripherally can catch and see, and your head can move to see. That's so, yes, you would have to be absolutely blind or a liar to say that you didn't see John O'Keefe laying in that lawn. Or John O'Keefe wasn't laying in the lawn.
It's not going to draw to the attention of your conscious mind.
Interesting. I think it's a problem, but we shall see. All right. Nick, Rocco, Kevin Lenahan, appreciate it. Great to see you. Thanks so much. Still to come. What is the biggest problem Karen Reed has in the retrial?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Lori Daybell.
Already convicted for the murders of her children.
Doomsday called mom.
I will always think of Monty's from Hannibal and Monty when they were here. I will always, whenever I see Jen McCabe, clips of Jen McCabe, my mind automatically it will always do this now. Monty's reactions to Jen McCabe. Oh, Jen McCabe, you fucking bitch. Oh, that bitch is dirty. Monty was fucking great, bro. Like, that's all it takes. She Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. What the fuck? So much fun.
Down, you're hysterical. She repeated, I hit him.
That's an alleged confession by Karen Reed during her case. The juror that I interviewed didn't necessarily buy it, but Karen Reed was asked point blank about whether she hit John O'Keefe in the Investigation Discovery docuseries, A Body in the Snow, The Trial of Karen Reed. Take a listen to her answer.
So did you drive your car into John?
I did not drive my car into John. Didn't reverse it. Did not hit John with my car.
Is there any chance this was an accident?
There is zero chance this was an accident. There was zero chance John was hit by a vehicle.
You're tired of it. You spent so much.
No, I'm not tired of it. I hate answering it because I feel like I'm being so scrutinized. Like, did she blink 3 times or twice? And did she like smirk or look to the right or down and up and left and whatever? And like, it just feels so.
And that's what you true crime motherfucking vultures do all the time, dude. That shit's super fucking annoying. I'm not talking to anybody specifically here in chat. I'm talking about the general true crime people who think that they're fucking body language experts and they think that they can break down everybody. Dude, I have been pissed off about this for years. Literally years. This has been one of my pet peeves about true crime followers. I have spent almost all of my YouTube years criticizing how true crime is looked at by the general public and how it's approached. I will never, ever, ever, ever forget the case of Heidi Broussard. I will never forget that. Her boyfriend, Shane, I'll just call him Shane because I want him to live a nice, peaceful life. He deserves it. He was accused of his girlfriend, his girlfriend. They weren't actually married. but his live-in girlfriend, mother of his very newborn infant, small infant child, had gone missing. Of course, the true crime community just decided to just jump to the conclusion that he did something. He did an interview with the press. He was crying. Yeah, little baby Margot, she's okay now. But Heidi Broussard unfortunately ended up being found deceased later. She was murdered, and he had nothing to do with it. And the second day she was missing, I think it was, he, did a television interview, and he was breaking down, crying, and everyone was like, except for me and a couple of other people that I was rolling with at the time on YouTube. And we were like, wait a second, this guy, why is everyone jumping down this guy's throat? He seems genuine, and the whole world, like, it was crazy. And then somebody went with this narrative, and then while she was live trashing this guy, she went with this narrative, and while she was live trashing this poor guy and spinning a narrative that he's guilty and she's missing, the case breaks. There's all this police activity. They storm the house. Turns out to be Megan Faramuska. Turns out to be her house. And she was a friend of Heidi Broussard who faked a pregnancy, and they were pregnancy buddies. And then she killed Heidi Broussard to steal her baby. That's what happened. An insanely crazy fucking story, right? You'd think that they'd made a bunch of movies about it. They did make a Lifetime movie about it. But they changed names because, little baby Margot deserves to have a peaceful life, and Shane deserves to have a peaceful life. Yeah, I felt so bad for that guy. And the irony is because this person was live streaming and this thing happened while she was trashing this guy, all of a sudden she gets to change gears. Nobody paid attention to the first 3 hours of that live stream. She, of course, cuts it later, but she ends up on the news, the local news, as the YouTuber who broke the case, even though she didn't break anything. She just happened to be on with some friend that claimed to be friends with Heidi and wanted to sit there and shit talk her boyfriend, who was grieving and freaking the fuck out because the mother of his child and his infant child were missing. And here they are making him out to be a psychopath, an abusive psychopath. And then they get to ignore this, and she gets to backpedal it and then cut it out later because she ends up on the news. Then she ends up on Good Morning America. Then she ends up on fucking 2020 or Dateline. I think it was Dateline. And gets all this credit. It's so sad. It's really sad because that's what Dateline had facilitated. They didn't need to do that. And if they were going to at least do a little research on the person that you're blowing up and crediting, do a little research on them. And now this person is exploiting the family of a missing autistic boy and making a shit ton of money doing that. So there's that.
Fake, even though it's true. I rather explain everything else and I did not hit John with my car.
Yeah, and everybody just destroyed this guy saying, look at his body language. Look at this. Look at that. It's fucking ridiculous. And the poor guy was just scared out of his mind because he didn't know where his infant baby was.
Can't make it sincere enough.
Interesting response, right? I mean, a lot of people reacting to that response in different ways. But as she gets ready for the retrial, I don't know if she's going to testify. I don't think she will. You know, she has the opportunity, but I don't think she will. But that brings us to the next question in our investigation. We did one side, now we're doing the other side. What is the biggest problem for Karen Reed that she has in the retrial? In her defense, here with us, trial attorney, served as special counsel to Johnny Depp in his defamation case, Wayne Dennison, and Massachusetts criminal defense attorney, college instructor, author, Peter Ellikin. I want to take a listen to Jennifer McCabe and her testimony on cross-examination from that first trial.
I'm not sure if it's in this document, but I can tell you today with 100% clarity, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him on that morning.
All right, let me ask you, Peter, is this alleged confession the biggest problem that Karen Reed has?
It is a problem, but here's where it gets complicated. They really no smoking gun. They haven't nailed it on here. There's a bunch of reasonable doubt because certainly a confession would be very, very strong. And yet the defense has answers to that. They say that
it's all reasonable doubt, my man.
Jen McCabe never mentioned I hit him, I hit him, I hit him until didn't mention it. The grand jury didn't mention it at the time. Here you hear a confession. You don't tell anybody. Months later, when the people in the house are in trouble, are being accused of things, at that point you bring it up. So you see, so what I'm saying is, yes, that's strong evidence, but then each and every one of these times that they bring up evidence, they don't quite nail it because there's just so much reasonable doubt, and the defense has a very logical explanation for each and everything. The shattered taillight, that is a very strong bit of evidence all over the lawn. Wouldn't that be proof that she backed her car and it hit him? And yet then the defense says, yeah, but you know there were 2 searches of the lawn earlier in the day, and we used
It doesn't matter what was found during that search. It shouldn't matter what was found during that search because that crime scene was left completely and totally unmanned, unbarricaded. It was not preserved in any way, shape, or form for at least 12 hours after John was found. Okay. So
a leaf blower and nobody found anything, and then later in the afternoon you tell us you can see it from the road. There's so many pieces all over the place, and we could have nailed it at the we say it wasn't even damaged when it got to the police garage, and yet we have this video that cuts out, and every time it gets near the taillight, suddenly it gets fuzzy and it cuts out again, and there's it's sort of there's a bunch of strong evidence the prosecution has, but there's kind of an answer for every one of them, and that's why the jury, I think, is going to be like this jury you interviewed, where they're going to say, I don't know, I wasn't there, and we were hearing 2 opposing sides, 2 good arguments, and of course, as the trials go, tie goes to the runner. Any confusion, reasonable doubt, that would favor the defense there.
Let's take a listen to the new prosecutor, Hank Brennan, talking about some new evidence.
The issue regarding glass, I expect, is going to be a issue in the next case, and I say that because we learned last night for the first time on a public airing of an episode that the defendant suggests that Mr. O'Keefe took her vodka soda glass out of her car. Now that is the first time we've had any statements from Ms. Reed suggesting that. And also there was another statement regarding a claim that Ms. Reed pulled glass from John O'Keefe's face. Never heard that before. So we have this evolving or new testimony, or statements about glass. And so I think first, I'd like to consider this new information that we just learned last night.
Dude, this glass, man, this glass is like fucking crazy. It's massive. Dude, fuck that glass, dude. Nobody gives a fuck about the glass, Breenan. Nobody gives a fuck about the glass. It's the stupidest shit ever. Like, you're totally fishing. You're telling the world that you're fishing.
All right, Wayne, how big of a problem is this? New evidence coming from Karen Reed's interview on that docuseries saying that, hey, he grabbed my vodka soda glass, and then I pulled a piece of glass from his face the following morning when she found him.
It's a significant problem for a couple reasons.
No, it's not.
First of all, I don't think Karen Reed is going to testify in this trial. However, they can put Karen Reed on the stand by playing her interviews and playing the portions of her interviews that support the prosecution's theory of the case. The biggest problem for Karen Reed is, quite frankly, the first.
This is the thing, man. And this is what makes me mad about Court TV, because I want to call this guy a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? But I can't, because maybe he's not a fucking idiot. But it bothers me that Court TV just sticks people on here who don't know anything about the case. Just because they're attorneys, you can't just give these people a quick synopsis and then stick a fucking camera on them and fucking put them on TV and call them experts in the case. You know what I mean? Like, this dude does not know what the fuck he's talking about. I'm not saying he doesn't know what he's talking about as far as the law goes. I'm saying he doesn't know shit about this case. Clearly he doesn't.
First trial was a dress rehearsal. They did not prepare in the previous trial their witnesses in an appropriate way. You're going to get a whole different level of witness prep. The prosecution is going to throw Michael Proctor under the bus long before Karen Reed and their team even get a chance to do so. And they're going to distance themselves from Proctor because they're going to say, hey, you can discount him entirely. And we have evidence from the speed at which the car backed up. I mean, she indicates on television that she didn't reverse the car. Of course she reversed the car. How do you get out of the driveway? Karen Reed is going to be...
See what I mean? See what I mean? Homie. Since you're new here, I'm going to cut you a break today. She wasn't pulled into the driveway, dude. She was parked alongside of the house. All she did was just pull out and drive away, bro. That's it. That's it. She wasn't in the driveway, dude. Okay? I need you to catch up with the rest of us, Mr. Expert Lawyer.
Testifying in this trial, irrespective of whether Karen Reed chooses to take the stand.
Let's take a listen now to more cross-examination of Jen McCabe.
You were asked on that morning, January 29th, 2022, as you drove to the location and ultimately to 34 Fairview, what ultimately happened. And your testimony was, as you approached, my client was searching frantically for John O'Keefe.
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for John O'Keefe.
Searching frantically.
She was screaming frantically in the back seat and texting in the back seat.
Was she just sitting there, curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming between Kerry and I. So I'm not really sure how she saw John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Ms. McCabe, to search for John?
It was, because she...
I'd like to see like her, squirting lemon on some crab and then it goes in her eye. Like, nothing too bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to see her go to prison. Don't get me wrong. I want to see her go to prison. But, I just like to see lemon get squirted in her eye. Self-inflicted, by the way. I just like to see that happen. I just, just like for for the universe or God to just like create that scenario to happen. I don't even have to know about it. You know what I mean? I'll be satisfied with feeling like, you know, I have faith in God, dude, that she's gonna get squirted with lemon in her eye by her own volition. She's gonna be like, fucking Clara.
She knew where he was.
The whole point of that trip was to look for him, correct?
She directed us to go to 34 Fairview.
The whole point of the trip was to look for John, correct?
At 34 Fairview, where Karen said to go.
All right, Peter Elkin, how much of a problem is this for?
And she does that with such conviction to where she said to go. Like she sit back, the 34 Fairview where Karen said to go. Like, lady, why is she the person coming up with the idea to go to the first place? If you're helping her look for somebody, wouldn't the person helping the person who's frantic, wouldn't the person who's helping the person who's frantic, one of the persons who's helping the person who's frantic, go, hey, where was the last place that you saw him? Okay, well, let's go there. Because I find it a little weird that it was Karen who was frantic, who says, the last place I saw him was 34. We need to go to 34 Fairview. And Jen McCabe is sitting on the stand acting like it's suspicious that she wanted to go back to the very place that she last saw her boyfriend when she's out looking for him. See, these are the questions that we need to be asking when it comes to Jen McCabe, when it comes to Brian Albert, when it comes to Brian Higgins, when it comes to Colin Albert, when it comes to Chris Albert, Nicole, Caitlyn, all of them. These are the questions that need to be asked when looking at their testimony. You want us to believe that it's somehow suspicious that the frantic person, it's suspicious that she's frantic. First of all, that's what you're trying to pitch to us. You're trying to pitch to a jury here while you're sitting on the stand that it's suspicious in some way that this woman is frantic looking for her boyfriend. A. B, you're saying that it's suspicious that she wanted to go to the place that he was last seen by her. I mean, it's suspicious that you were the ones that were there to help her look because she was so frantic, and neither you or Carrie Roberts came up with the idea to go back to 34 Fairview. It's almost like you were trying to avoid it. I wonder why. Unfucking real, dude.
It's for Karen Reed that she is the one who finds John O'Keefe in the midst of this snowstorm when she's in the car with two other people. Neither one of them say they saw John O'Keefe. She's in the back seat, leaning between them, according to the witnesses, and she's able to spot John O'Keefe when no one leaving the party saw him, when no one in the car saw him other than Karen Reed.
Well, I think it's no problem whatsoever at all. They went to look for him. She was not the driver. She was specifically looking for him. So when you say other people leaving the party didn't see him, they weren't looking. They just got in their car and drove off. And she's there. The whole point is to go scan the ground there and see if we can see him. And if you see the pictures of that house, it's not a huge estate. It's a very small suburban lawn there. If you're looking for somebody, I think you.
Yeah. That's why you wouldn't be able to miss him if you weren't looking for somebody. A 6'2" guy dressed in dark clothes laying in the goddamn snow in a fucking illuminated fucking front yard, dude. You're not going to miss him walking out of the front of that house. I promise you. Drive by there. You'll see what I mean.
You spot them in a heartbeat. And Karen Reed is a sharp, educated woman. And if she's there to look for him, and looks out the window, she would see him, which is different than the other people who are leaving the party and they've been drinking and they're not looking for anybody.
No, they didn't see him because he wasn't there.
And they're driving over, or people driving down the street may not be looking, but she was specifically looking. So I don't.
Then he needs to fucking use his brain for fucking sake. Fucking. Ugh. I know, Olivia Nile. I'm just frustrated with these fucking people, dude.
Think that's a problem at all.
All right, I only have 15 seconds for each of you. Who has the advantage going into the retrial? Wayne, first.
I think the prosecution has the advantage. They know exactly what the defense is intending to do.
Peter, who has the advantage?
The defense also knows what the prosecution is going to do because they had a dress rehearsal. I think the only reason the defense has a slightly better thing here is because of reasonable doubt. I don't know that either side is going to conclusively prove things either
So what
way.
you're both are telling me is that you guys are deadlocked as well. There we go. And it continues. Peter Elkin, Wayne Dennison, thank you so much.
Get the fuck out of here. They're deadlocked.
You know, traditionally,
Vinny, you're not deadlocked. Stop it.
In a retrial, it is advantage prosecution. In all the cases through all the years here at Court TV that I've seen, they can make adjustments and figure out where the doubt was for some of the jurors. But Karen Reed's trial may be different because the defense is the one who will get the insight from the jury, because a juror from the first trial is now on the defense team. And that is advantage defense second time around. I'm Vinny Politan. We'll keep covering it and we'll keep digging for answers as the investigation continues.
All right, Vinny, way to go, bro. Way to go, Vinny. I'm gonna give Vinny an applause, man, because that was good. That was a good episode of Court TV for once, for a change. Thanks, Vinny. Not for once. I've seen good episodes before. Just, man, it's so frustrating following this case and following Court TV. It's really frustrating. I mean, it's not like I expect them to talk about like Paul O'Keefe using fucking the court as a dating site. You know what I mean? Like, I don't expect them to do that shit, you know? That's crazy. Dude. Oh my God. Like, whatever happened, man? Is Aaron coming to court or what? What is going on with that? Is that a thing? Like, anymore? What's going on with that, dude? Listen, bro. Full disclosure, okay? Listen. I'm not speaking about anybody specifically, okay? I'm not speaking about anybody specifically. All right? But if you're a dude, right? You've been married a long time. You feel the need to do these things because your old lady's just not doing it enough for you, man. You know, like, listen. Hit me up. I'll help you out. Hear me out, okay? Hear me out. Here's my it's okay to be a cuck pitch, okay? It's okay to be a cuck. Listen, if you feel the need, for example, to like, you know, sneak around and text with somebody, you know, because whatever's going on with you and your lady, it's been real cold in the bedroom for a long time. Hit me up. Hear me out. Listen. Okay. I know that your first thought, okay, if you see me climbing out of your bedroom window, your first thought is, I'm going to kill that guy. Stop before you do that and think. Okay. Think for a second. And I'm going to be very honest with you, bro. Okay. The hoity-goity gets shit done. Okay? It does. Listen, this is my pitch. Contact me. I will take care of everything. Listen, what I get done in the bedroom, okay? The hoity-goity gets dishes done. It gets meals cooked. It gets laundry folded. It gets smiles. It gets nights out with the boys. It gets anything that you need, okay? You get happy wife, happy life, okay? Listen, it's okay. This is good for you to be a cuck, all right? It's good for you. If you get to that point to where you feel like you need to be texting women and sending signals and shit, you know what I'm saying? Listen, I got you. I got you. And she's not even going to give a fuck. She's not going to give a fuck. It'll be this unspoken thing. So instead of seeing me climbing out your window, okay? Instead of seeing me climbing out your window, you're going, instead of doing that, give me the Robert Redford gif look, like, and I'll be like, there you go. That's my pitch. That it's okay to be a cuck. I will happily help you out. I will happily help you. I'm telling you, this shit gets this thing that I got, it gets fucking man caves. Okay? That's what it does. It gets man caves, dude. You got to think of it from that perspective. All right? It gets man caves. It gets fucking PS5s. It gets fucking sports cars at a fucking, when you go into your crisis, so you can get, so you can go and have your game, do shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to have a smiling, floating on a cloud wife. Okay? I'm just saying. Oh my God. You guys know I'm getting tired, dude. You guys kill me. I fucking love hanging out with you. Let's see where the poll is. 92 fucking % of you guys think that the last jury was tampered with. 97% of you guys, or 92% of you guys. 92%. Insane. All right, hold on. I feel like we could hang out just a little while longer. I'm going to open the phone lines. Anybody want to call in? They can call in. Uh-oh. Scott does love call-ins. I always get good callers too. Almost always. And I just jinxed myself. Watch.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Yeah, this is D Law from Indiana.
D Law from Indiana. What's up, buddy?
Hey, just want to start off. There's about 5 points I want to go over with you.
Okay.
And first off,
you're not calling about the cuck position, are you?
The what?
Oh, never mind. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
This is the grifter, ain't it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
One of, but yes.
Okay. First off, I want to say I hope the O'Keefe family knows we're doing this for them as much as Karen Reed.
It's true.
Okay. the other thing is, when this case first come out, they said they had a video of Karen hitting, and the news said they was going to have this video of her. Yeah, I mean, the first thing they did was lie to everybody. The first thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And here's another point I want to hit on. In the March 5th hearing, there was Brennan told Alan Jackson that if the Commonwealth didn't want him to have the Sally Port videos, he wouldn't have them. Now, to me as a taxpayer, you got a prosecutor tell me you're going to withhold evidence.
Yeah,
I think he needs. I think he needs to apologize to the taxpayers of Massachusetts.
I think that everybody here is in agreement with you, buddy, because this that's the biggest problem here, and he's saying that, yeah, one of those points is that's an example of one of the mind games that he plays is saying something like that, where he's like, I as a courtesy, I shared this and I shared that. It's like, no, it's not a courtesy. Karen Reed has rights and she's entitled to that. It's exculpatory evidence, or at least potentially exculpatory evidence. And it's up to her to get to determine whether or not it's exculpatory. You just have to share it, period.
Yeah. Like I say, I think he owes the taxpayers a damn apology.
Oh, I agree. I think those taxpayers agree with you.
And I've got another point for you. They was talking tonight about the phone calls from Jim McCabe to John O'Keefe's phone. You got to slow it down and realize what was going on there. They just killed a man. They are in panic mode. They're trying to find his phone. When they do find his phone, it's probably flashing. They're trying to figure out how to shut it off. I think somebody pulled up in front of the driveway. She accidentally hit redial where she'd been trying to find John's phone, and she said, pull in behind me. I think somebody pulled up at that time when they was trying to figure out how to shut John's phone off so people wouldn't see it flashing in the yard.
Huh. Okay. That's interesting.
And there's two other things I'd like to say. Every time I see where Judge Cannoni asks Karen, what's so damn funny? I wish she'd say, I'm being vindicated. I'm being vindicated. That's what's funny.
Here's my last
point.
Not something that would go well for her, but she's, but
probably not.
I feel you.
That's what comes in my head, though.
Sure.
That's what comes in my head.
We all know what's going on with Karen Reed as far as like when she's smiling and what's going on. She knows that the truth is on her side and she's confident,
Yeah. And here's one of the last points I got is every time I see Judge Bev, you ever see The Wizard of Oz?
I have.
And the Wicked Witch, and she says, I'll get you, my pretty.
Yeah.
And your little dog too.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what Judge Bev reminds me of.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, thanks for taking my call.
Hey, thank you for calling, buddy. I appreciate it. All the way from Indiana.
All right.
Thanks, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hello?
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 Ciao.
Who's this?
Who's that? Next caller. Give us fucking McDonough. I do that all the time.
Call from
Danny Pizza, what do you want?
Hey, Danny Pizzas, I want a large chicken parm, mediocre.
Well, that's good because mediocre's all we got.
Oh, thank God. I love mediocre, especially the sauce.
The sauce.
Okay, what's up?
Who's this?
Hey, it's Barry Lewis, dude. What's up, brother?
Barry Lewis, what's up?
Not much. Hey, I got to tell you, so thankful that you guys had that discussion tonight regarding, the Bluetooth connectivity. So that Lexus 570, dude, it's literally going to be about 10 to 15 yards tops. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
10 to 15 yards tops, you say?
Tops. Yeah, that's according to the specs from Toyota and Lexus.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So suffice it to say, the timelines do not line up for the Commonwealth, dude.
No,
and
yeah,
that
not
is
at all.
reasonable doubt.
Oh,
That
for
is
sure.
so much reasonable doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if the timeline
You know-
that they said that they put up there just doesn't add up, then it's just that simple. It's mind-blowing that they actually did go over this stuff, or at least most of it. There's stuff that's now uncovered, but most of it, they had these records in the first trial, and somehow the jury just saw it as a distractor. Is that
Yeah.
It makes no sense, you know?
Yeah. And I think, so as you know, tomorrow is a huge day for this community.
Yeah.
So suffice it to say that when you think about all the experts that the defense has to bring in tomorrow and going forward, whatever it is that we can do to help the defense fund, it's going to be needed, man. It's going to be needed.
I can't believe that I forgot to do this, but yeah, I gotta end that poll too.
I got you, dude. And I tagged you on X so that you got some of the information that you guys were talking about today. So listen, everyone that's on right now, let's do this. Brian LTL made a challenge. Like I think it was Thursday or maybe Wednesday. You know, I know the goal's $1 million, but just imagine like by the time jury selection's completed, if we can get that fund to like 900,000, that would be so amazing as far as I'm concerned.
That would be fantastic. Here, I'm dropping that in the chat right now. Let me go ahead and pin it. And then I'm going to remove this poll. There we go.
You're the man, Will.
Yeah, man. No, I always do this, but I always forget too.
Yeah,
like I just never
dude,
take. I never take this long to remember to put Karen Reed's Defense Fund link up. But
yeah, you're fine, dude. Listen, yeah. So I want you to know that I'm going to keep on doing what I'm doing, and I would encourage everyone else to do the same. There's a lot of information that is yet to be unearthed, including from Aiden. That story regarding the TGX guy and Ty Donahue.
What's
that? Razzle. His moniker is Razzle Dazzle. Remember that guy, the TGX guy that is friends with the McAlberts and stuff like that, and all anyone else that has been a party to. Okay. I can't remember his name. His first name's Ron. But he had a family wedding last year, and there's a lot of photographs regarding, who was at this wedding. And Aiden's going to break this story. I don't know when he's going to do it, but I know he's going to do it. That the jury tampering that happened in the first trial, something happened. And this story, I'm telling you, whatever it is that he's finding out, it's big. It's big.
Yeah.
So whatever Aiden is going to break, I can assure you that whoever has been involved and whatever is going to be written is going to be cross-examined on this, because this defense team, after seeing what's been going on in pretrial, Will, the gloves are off, dude. They have to be.
They are, yeah. You can
Have to be.
tell that the defense is now just like, okay, Brennan is just he's got nothing and he's being dirty. So we're just gonna call him out on being dirty. We want it all on the record. Every time he does something dirty, we want to call him out and make sure it's on record.
Absolutely. That's why the federal appeals process has commenced. Obviously, it hasn't gone anywhere yet, but that doesn't mean that there is going to be, they're, if there's another window that they're going to go through, they can, for sure. Does that make sense? I mean, they're going to have federal appeal options based on the 4th and 14th Amendment, dude. I mean, this is we're this close to really showing federal authorities with 302s that, this isn't over on a federal basis. I have to say that because it's not over yet. No matter how many times we're told, no matter how many times the federal investigation, how many times you've been told the federal investigation is over, based on what is being discovered, it's not. It can't be. I have to say that. I know. I deal with the federal government all the time, Will.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, man. It's like it doesn't track, dude. Like the feds aren't going to fucking U.S. Attorney's Office isn't going to just call up the very people that they were investigating and only them to say, hey, we stopped investigating you. Carry on. That doesn't happen. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And if Brennan is accusing, this is another thing that doesn't track, because if Brennan is accusing the defense of colluding with the United States Attorney's Office, why wouldn't the United States Attorney's Office tell the defense that their investigation's over? Now,
that's right. That's right. Well, that is spot on, dude.
So what if, like,
spot on, dude?
and that's the thing, is like, what if this federal investigation, okay, like maybe the actual, see, this is where I'm at right now, what I'm thinking, because I did talk to somebody and they're very reliable and they kind of assured me that the federal investigation was over. I was like, really? And they were like, so, that's all. That's the best I got. But the thing is maybe that just means that they're done actually investigating that aspect of things. Maybe now they're putting pieces together and building a case so that they could start handing out indictments. Maybe. But the case isn't closed. You know what I mean?
No.
They don't just they don't close cases. You know what I mean?
No, they don't.
Closing the case and ending an investigation does not, it doesn't mean the same thing. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, Will. If there was a proffer of evidence that would require the FBI in order to write up a 302, that reopens it.
Okay.
Like that. Especially if there is a right that is afforded by our Constitution that has been violated, point blank. And if there's evidence to that effect, especially, look, dude, jury tampering, whatever Aiden's going to write up, if it leads to a 302, just like that, that investigation is reopened. And then they're going to start doing their work.
Right.
I mean, that's how this works.
Right.
That's how this works.
That's why it's like you got to chill. You got to chill out, because I feel like or at least this is another hope of mine. I don't know it to be true. And because there's part, like, all of us have this part in us right now that are like, if there's a federal investigation, then why are they allowing this to go on? Why are they allowing Karen Reed to be bled dry? Why are they allowing these people to have to fly out here and testify when there shouldn't even? Why don't they just put a stop to all of this? But they can't, right? Because they don't have the authority to really do it yet, unless they're about to bring indictments, right? So
that's right.
So they don't have the authority to do it yet. And if they're going to bring indictments, what they have to do is they have to build a case, because the feds have such a high conviction rate that they have to ensure that they have enough evidence to ensure a conviction. So pretty much the opposite of what's happening to Karen Reed right now as far as prosecution goes. They need to actually have evidence, and like so much that it can't be disputed, that the defense drowns in it, right? So if it goes to trial.
Correct.
So that's
correct.
And maybe Karen Reed is cooperating with the United States Attorney's Office, not colluding, but cooperating, where they're saying, best way we can hand out indictments here is if you tough this out, because if we're going to catch everybody responsible in your case, if we're going to catch everyone responsible in your case who is part of this conspiracy, well, then we need to get evidence on everybody, and the best way to do that is where they're going to commit the crimes in a trial. You know what I mean? So
correct.
So
correct.
So now,
so so when you played the Vinnie Politan show with the 5 segments, that attorney, and I think that was an attorney from Massachusetts, he made a very poignant point, and I can guarantee you this: if you discuss this with Nan, and you discuss this with Mark, and the lawyer and the DUI guy, all those guys, they will tell you that in many respects, that first trial was still a fact-finding trial based on an affirmative defense. And because of that, the fact-finding is still developing foundation for the federal government to intervene at some point. So while there's still a file and there's still a case and there's a designation of what that case is, that doesn't mean it's permanently closed. So anyone that is, it's not permanently closed.
No,
It'll never be permanently
of course it's not going to be permanently closed. Why would they permanently close a case when they had enough to fucking feel suspicious and investigate? All it means is that they just don't have enough to indict just yet. They don't have enough to where they feel confident enough, 100% confident enough to get a conviction. So
you know what?
That's all it means.
So here's the kicker, right? If you think about all the pre-trial,
maybe they just don't have everybody. Maybe they just don't have everybody they want either. You know what I'm saying? And maybe we're looking at Judge Beverly Cannoni the wrong way. Well, how do we know that Judge Beverly Cannoni isn't cooperating with the U.S. Attorney's Office? And maybe that's why she's so hell-bent on this trial starting on April 1st and this trial actually happening.
That is quite possible, Will. Quite possible. I mean,
very
we don't
unlikely.
know that.
Very unlikely, but it's possible. It would make sense as to why Beverly Cannoni is doing what she's doing. But
yeah, I know, man. Yeah, man. Listen,
I know.
I want you to take some other calls. Hey, dude, I want you to take some other calls.
What was your name again, man?
It's Barry Lewis, dude.
Barry Lewis. All right.
Yes, sir.
And you said you sent me.
Anyway, listen. I tagged you on some stuff regarding Toyota and the Lexus stuff regarding range for the Bluetooth.
Oh, okay. Cool. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
All right,
and
man.
listen, dude, I'm telling you right now, that story that Ian's going to write could open this whole thing up again.
Nice.
I'm telling you.
I love it.
Yeah, man.
I love it. Thanks for calling. Barry, you're awesome. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, brother. Love you, dude.
You too, buddy. Have a good one.
Yep.
Barry Lewis, y'all. All right, y'all. That's it for me. I'm calling it, folks. I am beat and I'm hungry. So I'm gonna get a little something to eat, guys. You guys are absolutely fantastic. This was a really, really fun live to do. And big shout out and thank you to Olivia for hanging out all this time, this whole time, and joining me and in breaking my my new rule. Yeah, so thank you for joining me and explaining that and discussing that that new evidence with me. Very exculpatory, very helpful, and I really, really enjoyed this live, man. Yeah, man, you guys are amazing. Please make sure to hit the like on your way out. It really helps me out. And make sure to subscribe if you're not already subscribed. For new subscribers, thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. I hope you're enjoying the channel. And guys, also all the support that you guys gave tonight, man. You guys were like, there was, man, this one person just kept on top XX. Man, thank you so much. You were just blasting me with super chats. I appreciate that. You guys are amazing. So yeah, I am going to wrap this up. You guys are fantastic. I love you very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.